Hello. I hope you're doing well. Today is Wednesday. It's, well, this morning it was fairly nice outside, but now it's gotten a lot brighter. I hope that it doesn't get extremely hot. Thankfully, the past couple days have been fairly cool. Um, so if you'll notice, I've got my VTubing stuff set up once again. It's a lot more complicated than it was before. Since I'm running it through an iPhone, it's like I'm running VTube Studio, which is the application that I was using before when I had an Android phone, but I'm also using a couple programs on top of that, and I guess the gimmick is that they're more accurate in the face tracking and stuff like that. So hopefully that doesn't like overwhelm my computer and my phone and blow up my shit, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so it's I have already noticed that it's like quite a bit more accurate. The model doesn't freak out as much when I do certain things, like if I reach over here to take a drink. It freaks out a lot less. Some weird things I noticed is that it doesn't handle squinting particularly well. Like if I do this and I squint at the camera, like sometimes it'll kind of get it, but most of the time it's just kind of like it like thinks my eyes are completely closed. So if I do that, that might happen. Hold on, there's like literally right when I started streaming, there's like a weird metal thing getting dragged along the ground, so I'm gonna go ahead and close my window real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, hopefully that doesn't show up anymore. I feel like there's a weird curse with recording anything anywhere where the second you start doing it, a bunch of really loud shit will happen all of a sudden, all around you at all times, and it bugs me because I want the quality of the stream to be like pretty good. But yeah, it took me there was also just a lot of like really cursed stuff happening to me today generally with like the stream. I started about an hour and a half late because I was getting everything set up with the apps, and then I launched OBS, and then OBS needed an update, and then the update like changed the pairing of my microphone, so then my microphone wasn't working and I had to figure all that shit out. But yeah, you're probably not here to listen to me complain or talk shop about the intricacies of running the stream. So let's go ahead and get into the Dragon Age. And with what I'm doing today, there will probably be a decent amount of time to talk about many miscellaneous things, as there have been for the past few episodes of this, the past few streams that I've done. Oh shit. And as you can see, I did not update this stuff to fit the overlay. There we go. That's good. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, go ahead and lock that. Hello, and welcome. I'm glad that you're here. Okay, let's boot up the game. You might notice me blinking a lot today because as I was getting ready for the day, I had I use a decent amount of hairspray with how I style my hair, and I'm not like super used to using it. I guess I'm kind of in like a time in my life where I'm trying to be more aware of like fashion things or just like looking nice. So in the process of getting used to using hairspray, I keep spraying it directly into my eyes, and then they like stick together and get kind of irritated. Alright, so last time, I don't think there was like any story stuff that happened, really. This game has a lot of pretty long periods of just clearing stuff out, and so that's what we've been doing mostly. Is the audio? Yeah, I think the audio is working. It's just quite quiet. Here, I might...
Does seem more secure
Okay,
than
it looks like it's working for the stream, but not for me. So
Got enough people to make the
I need to
running
figure
worthwhile.
out why that is. In the meantime, I can probably get some of these cooking. Looks like we got the guy. And I guess my goal today, because you need like a absurd amount of power to unlock all of the areas, that I'm just going to be doing that. Getting more power and then unlocking areas to go to for quests. And then I think after that, I'm going to prioritize doing the companion quests, and then I'll be doing
Any word?
the
yet.
main story stuff once I've cleared a lot of the companion quests for now. Okay. According to Dorian, while most Venator Magisters are not Venatori supporters, they will also not raise a finger to prevent the Venatori from wreaking havoc in the south. There are some, however, who see the cult for what it is and are trying to expose it. A Magister contact in Corinus by the name of Mavaris Talani is attempting to introduce a law in the Imperial Senate which would see Venatori activity sharply curtailed into Vinter. Dorian suggests that quiet Inquisition support would be beneficial. Let's go ahead and pull up the fucking chart. Okay. And it was, what was it? A friend in Quirinus. Friend. We have two options, and I'm guessing both will be fine. Let's pick the shorter one. Yeah, I really don't know why the audio is not working. I might need to restart the game, but I had this stuff set up before I started the game, so we'll see. Okay, we got support from Queen Honora. Improved stability. The Inquisitor's efforts to close the Fade Rifts have increased stability in various regions, however demons sometimes remain. Can't be having any of that. Yep. Got it.
To work?
And then conscript for the Inquisition. We face Darkspawn Magister who commands something that looks suspiciously like an archdemon. I defy anyone to tell me. I think it's funny how they call them archdemons instead of archdemon. I feel like that would be like the natural way to pronounce that. But okay. Conscript for the Inquisition. And that's also anyone. Wonderful.
Let's see what we have.
So we'll queue that up, quit out, then I'll save and go ahead and restart the game. Alright, and now that I'm finally back, it is time to go out and do stuff. I do feel like it's pretty quiet, but maybe I'm just... Maybe I just need to turn the audio up on my computer.
He spent... Inquisitor, I must speak with you.
What is it?
I must explain something first about the Montilier's fortunes.
I remember you said your family had been forbidden from trading in Orlais.
It's devastated our finances. The Montiliers have, in fact, been in debt for over 100 years.
Oh well, join join everyone else, I guess.
Debt or no, you appear to be surviving.
That isn't enough. A disaster could wipe us out completely.
Again,
For
you know,
generations, we've done everything to
pretty
keep
normal.
creditors at bay. Sold our lands to stave off interest. It's just... It is infuriating to see my family still reduced to this. I'm to become head of our house. If I sell any more of our land, my family will become destitute. That cannot be my legacy to them.
Are we talking like destitute, or are we talking like rich people destitute?
Most people worry about their next meal. Never mind an estate.
I'm not blind, but I worry for my family. My foolish sister Yvette with her daydreams. My brothers trying to rebuild our fleet with their own hands. Is it wrong to hope they never know hardship?
I mean, no, but like, I don't know. Kind of having a little bit of trouble sympathizing with this, or empathizing with it.
So you're going to torture yourself over your ancestors' mistakes?
No, but I'd made such progress. I negotiated a chance to reinstate the Montiliers as landed traders in Orlais. We could rebuild with that.
Rebuild
But
from
when I dispatched paperwork to Valroyot,
the ruins of only
just
owning
learned
a
my
few hundred
carriers were
acres of
murdered.
land and
the documents restoring my
a couple
family's trading
estates.
status destroyed.
Who hates the Montiliers enough to do that?
Leliana made inquiries that bore success. Comte Boisvert, a nobleman in Valroyot, claims to know who killed my messengers. He has a request that you come when I meet him, so he's seen publicly conferring with you.
What will being seen with me gain the Comte?
The Comte will drop hints at parties he's to meet with an important visitor. Allies and rivals will take note. Once he's met you, there will be speculation. The Comte will subtly spin reports to his advantage. He will use us. But if he knows who killed my people, I ask that we indulge him.
Alright.
If that's what it takes to get to the bottom of this, I'll meet this Comte with you.
Thank you, Inquisitor. It means... you are too kind.
In
I
this
must
instance,
know
maybe.
Who killed my couriers
Perhaps.
just to harm my family.
Alright, let's check out everyone's favorite location. And look here, this is like mostly filled out, actually. I think I got all of the rifts here, which is pretty good. I'm gonna have to go kill that dragon at some point. Yeah, actually, I think we've run that place pretty dry. So let's go to the Storm Coast. And you'll see here that not all of these areas are created equal. A lot of them are kind of like sized down quite a bit compared to some of the others. Let's bring these guys. This seems like a pretty colorful group of people that I haven't brought along. I always feel conflicted in games like this where there's a part of me who wants to just only bring the people that I like so that I can see every point of interaction that they have. And then there's another part of me that wants to like diversify who I bring around so that I can see all of the, you know, like make sure that I get to see everyone's like quest lines and stuff that's only triggered by having a certain amount of approval with them or whatever. I would imagine that most people just kind of like pick the party that they like and then focus on that mostly, but I don't know. Okay, so for you, I think I'm gonna need you to generate enmity and stuff. I like that it still keeps my selections, even though I switched the page. Okay, let's see. Bonus to that all seems very good. And are your behaviors good? They're pretty good. Oh, you are not. Okay, cool. But yeah, like what I was saying earlier with the size of the areas, like the hinterlands I think had, I don't know, 5 or 6 different camps that you could set up in the area, and this one only has 3. So it's, you know, much smaller. I think like the entire area is about from here to here, and then over here is like the end bit of it. There's a lot of Grey Warden related things here, so it's probably good that I brought Blackwall. Oh god.
Been a long time since I was at sea.
Can't even see the other shore. That's far.
Can we get away from the water? I'm feeling seasick already.
Man, I can't believe there's companion dialogue for everyone that I brought. I feel like this entire time I haven't been triggering any of that. The Cune. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, I think this is about the Ashkari, who are like the ancestors of the Quinari or whatever. Ooh, lots of iron here. I feel like I have plenty of like metal, but I'm really hurting for
Those must be the bandits Harding
leather.
mentioned.
Oh, these guys are not very strong at all. Before the stream started, I was watching a podcast about the... Well, the podcast wasn't about this, but they were talking about this. The FF14 FanFest announcements in Berlin, which I looked at a little bit. I try to stay away from a lot of that type of preview like content for games because I feel like it gets very overwhelming and it kind of eliminates some of the mystique for when the thing finally comes out, you know? And if I engage too hard with like preview stuff, I'll end up like just poring over it over and over again, and that is like not good for me. I get very obsessive, I guess. But I like to watch the trailers for FF14, the ones that like the CG trailers. And so I got to see the new classes that they're releasing for that game, and both of them look very exciting. They had Bastion, which is like a class with 2 shields, which is very fun and unconventional. And then they had, I don't think they've mentioned the name of the other one, but it looked like a falconer type class, and that one looked really appealing to me. Having a little like bird companion.
Wow, we can watch, yeah?
Watch what? What are you talking about? Oh, Jesus. I didn't realize that. I kind of saw that in the distance, but I wasn't really sure what it was. Holy shit. They're really going at it. I wonder if they can like actually... if they're actually fighting each other, if that's just a scripted type thing. I think the level disparity for this area is kind of funny, because like these guys are very low level compared to what I'm at, but the other dudes were, yeah, like this guy is like right at my level. I feel like maybe I should have turned on the modifier that changes, oh my god, that was insane. The modifier that adjusts everything to be equal to your level. Oh, is there? Oh no. Just try to not get hit by all of this. Oh, he's stuck. Is he completely stuck? I think he's fucked. Man, this has happened to me, well, more than once at this point. Which is kind of shocking. I wonder what's causing it. Oh god, he's really getting fucked on. Just slowly sliding over. Don't slide him too much. Jesus. Oh, there he goes. He was allowed to move again right before he died. That is a lot of stuff. Ooh, and this is... Yeah, this seems good. How's this? Eh. I do not remember those giant enemies being in this game at all. They're definitely new. They weren't in Origins or 2. But I wonder how many of them there are. Probably not very many, considering I just don't remember them at all. Oh, I should try to remember the next time I'm at Skyhold. I almost said camp, but that's not right. To level up my healing potions and stuff like that. Because I think I'm kind of getting to the point where they don't heal to full. I kind of like the Estus upgrading system in this game, but I feel like one of the things about it that kind of sucks is the fact that it is all very, very expensive in terms of like the amount of resources that you need, and it can be kind of grindy, I guess. Which, now that I think about it, I think describes a lot of this game in particular. And it's not something that I really noticed when I was playing through it by myself, like any of the times that I've done it. But I think now that I'm like playing it on stream, which limits the amount of time that I can put into it, and also I have to worry more about the watchability of it. I'm definitely noticing it more. Yeah, because like when I've basically every time I've played this game on my own, I really enjoy
wondered what the average man thinks about mage
grindy parts because
If
they're
you
kind of
really
relaxing.
cared, you could ask. Oh, but wait. That would involve talking to dirty commoners like me.
True. So much for that.
Dorian is a very strange fellow. I kind of get the sarcasm as a shield vibe from him, but he does end up being like kind of a dick sometimes because of it. But I do really like that. Like, you'd think with his background that he would be more down to earth than he is. Oh my god. Mods, can we can we orbital strike that? If you please. I'm remembering now that this map is insanely vertical. And the paths in the hills are kind of restrictive. Because this game does not like you going up the side of a mountain like other games do. But this seems pretty normal up here. Here we go. I remember, like, as a kid, I had learned a lot of habits from games like Elder Scrolls and stuff, where I very rarely, like, followed the intended path to quest objectives. And instead I would just travel in a straight line. And for the longest time, I had such a big problem with, like, learning how to take, like, paths around to reach things. I would get very, like, frustrated because I would kind of stubbornly try to, like, cross like climb a mountain in a game that wouldn't really allow it. And now that I'm older, I feel like I do the opposite, where for the most part I will take the path of least resistance and, like, stick to roads and things like that whenever I'm traveling in games. Which maybe sometimes you might miss out on, like, things that are kind of off the beaten path, but I think for the most part it ends up making everything a lot smoother. And also, I feel like most games, even if something is, like, off of a main road, the environment is still designed in a way where there will be, like, a path leading up to it, because the developers do, like, want you to find stuff like that, you know? So most of the time they're not gonna completely obscure it. At least, like, in the games that I'm thinking of, they, you know, have like a little trail or something that leads off of the road toward the, like, a ruin or whatever the fuck. Oh, that's okay. That's, like, quest locked. It's not just normal locked. I'm sorry, Ram. I desperately need your materials. It's a very nice world that animals just drop the leather straight from their body without you having to process it. Okay, how do I get down? Is there a... It doesn't seem like there's a path over here, so I probably have to go back this way. Man, I'm really blown away by how, like, good this game still looks. Sometimes the textures are kind of wonky, like in the like far away, the wetness texture kind of makes the environment look a little plasticky, I guess, but and like the general shape of the hills is kind of like strange. But in terms of like the immediate environment, it all
something here.
looks
Better take a
so
closer
good.
look.
Especially for a game that came out in like 2014, like 12 years ago or something. What's this?
The wardens were here at some point.
Oh, I hope my companions don't have a lot of trouble finding a path down here. It seems like they're kind of stuck. Let's see, can I... I think I remember something like if I move far enough away from them that they'll teleport to me. Oh, they're all quite stuck up there. I feel like mages in Inquisition are kind of in like a weird spot where they still feel pretty important, but they don't feel nearly as powerful as they are in like Origins or 2. And so it's
set
like
up camp or keep moving?
like they're not really good at it doesn't seem like they're particularly good at like doing damage. But also the support stuff generally doesn't seem like super good either. But maybe I'm just coming off of the high of, oh hello, of the like how insanely powerful they are in the first 2 games. And there are definitely some ways that you could build them where they feel like totally insane. Like the Knight Enchanter thing in particular. I think I remember a lot of the Fade Rift or Fade Rift Mage abilities being pretty good. But unfortunately that's like quite locked. And bringing Blackwall here was such a good idea. I'm getting a huge amount of approval for him, which is very good. I wonder if that's like limited, or if it just has to do with killing Darkspawn, like period. Either way, it's quite good. Just real quick, I'm gonna reach over and what do I forget how to do this. That's right. So I've been watching like a lot of movies lately, which is something that I'm always like wanting to do. Like I like just taking in a very diverse amount of art at all times, but you know, your time is quite limited. But since I've been playing through all of the Pokemon games in order, as part of like a project that I've been working on, I've had a lot of time where I can like do stuff like watch movies, because you know the Pokemon games aren't really that like they don't demand a lot of your attention, right? And so this year, over the past like few months, I've been able to just watch like a shit ton of movies, and my partner really likes movies as well, but he really, really, really likes horror movies. And so most of the movies that we've been seeing are horror movies, which is like fine. Like I'm not really like squeamish, I guess. Like there's a lot of things that like I'm not really like fucked up by jump scares or a lot of like, I don't know. I don't really hit that thing where I'm like, oh, I can't watch this anymore. I have kind of, I guess, like a morbid sense of like curiosity where even if something is like really affecting me emotionally, I'm like, I'm drawn into it. Like I want to see it through to the end. But afterwards, they usually like if a movie is particularly good, it will stick with me for a while. And so I've kind of been watching a lot of these like before we go to bed, and then it kind of follows me into my dreams a little bit, which kind of sucks. But in terms of like what I've been watching, I saw Obsession and The Backrooms, which are two of the like viral or like trending movies happening right now, both directed by YouTubers, but very different in their tone and overall quality. I saw Obsession first, and it was like pretty good. I honestly didn't...
This might be a decent place for a spot of camping.
I didn't think it was like super crazy or anything. Like the premise was really fun, and it... so much of it, it made me feel ill the entire time I was watching it. Like I felt very nauseous. To the point where once it was done, I had to like lay down. But it didn't like... It didn't fuck with me super bad emotionally. I don't really... one thing that did affect me quite a lot was the fact that the movie has a... and I guess like mild spoilers for Obsession if you haven't seen it, but just the movie does not end well. And when... I don't like bad endings to movies. And that might sound very, like, I guess, like, childish. But the reason why it bothers me is because I don't know, I've had so much stuff go wrong in my life. And I've, like, learned the lesson that a lot of the time things that are like a struggle just kind of don't turn out, you know? Like something bad can happen to you and you won't necessarily be better for it in the end, and there might not be like a silver lining to draw out of it. And or like, you know, you might go through a trial in your life and fail, and then have to like pick up the pieces afterwards, right? And so that's not something I really need in my life. So whenever a movie's lesson is that like shit doesn't work out sometimes, I just kind of feel bad and I gain nothing from it. And I don't think that movies like that are bad,
Rather slick around here.
or they shouldn't get made, because, you know, I'm sure there are people who would benefit from that, right? But that's just not me. But also, now that I think about it, so like Obsession had a pretty like horrible ending for everyone involved. But the Backrooms also kind of did. But I didn't come away from the Backrooms like feeling really bad about it.
Good find.
It was more just like it was like cool, I guess, which was sort of
Looks
like the
several
whole
wardens were traveling
experience of watching the Backrooms. Like, it didn't make me feel ill. It was just very cool and interesting. And maybe that's, in some ways it kind of reminded me of like Silent Hill, where a lot of the horror is based off of like understanding an individual person and their like struggles, like the things that they're wrestling with in their mind, and stuff like that is usually very cool and interesting to me. Whereas like Obsession is more about just like being in a very awful and horrible situation, and then everything goes really, really bad, and then you're left to deal with it. And there's no, the movie doesn't show the process of getting over it or dealing with it. It just ends at the moment that all of it's over. So that was kind of fucked up. And I think a lot of it too is like the Backrooms is a very, you know, it's like rooted in real personal stuff and like psychological horror and things like that, but it's not, it's like about like a fantastical thing. So I think that anytime a horror movie is about like a paranormal thing, usually that helps to take me out of it. And Obsession has that too, but it's a lot more rooted in like a real stuff, like, you know, like an abusive relationship. So I watched a movie that I highly recommend, like a long time ago, called Room.
We've some supplies here.
Not The Room, but just Room. And it's a movie about a woman who, as like a young girl, got kidnapped by like a asshole guy, and he kept her like locked in a room for many years. And the movie is really cool because I guess this is another like I'm going to try to not spoil too much or like go into it too much, but if you want to go watch it eyes free, then, you know, maybe don't listen to the next couple minutes. But the thing about that movie is that most movies that are about stuff like that, like a person getting kidnapped and locked in a room, the movie would end with them escaping. But the thing that I really like about that movie is that the escaping part of it is the halfway point of the movie. And then the other half, which, you know, is like, there's about an hour of getting to see the character, the protagonist, like, deal with the aftermath of that experience. And I think that's the thing that makes that movie so unique and like powerful to me. And also it's, you know, a movie where that like ends pretty well. There's a lot of like nice things to draw from it, which I always appreciate. I like a good uplifting movie, I guess, is what I'm saying. I think it's a Stephen King quote where he's talking about Stanley Kubrick's adaptation of The Shining, and he says that movie felt like it was made to hurt people, which I don't really agree with about that movie in particular, but I think that's a pretty good quote for to describe the type of movie that tends to not click with me super good, are movies that are designed to hurt you. Because I've had enough suffering in my life where I don't need any more of that in my art, my media, unless like I don't want the art to be hurting me. Like, the art can be about hurting, and like feeling those feelings. I do like a lot of things like that, but if the end result is to just make you feel bad, it's like, that's not really doing anything for me. The search radius is quite large. Oh, it'll probably be over here, I'm guessing. Oh. There we go. There's so much like screaming with the fire magic. Okay, maybe I'll take back what I said about mages not being able to do a lot of damage, because it seemed like Dorian and Sarah together kind of just annihilated those guys in 1 second. Oh, I did. I was kind of caught up in the bullshit that I was saying earlier, that I feel like I might have overlooked the note that was left from the wardens, the Grey Wardens. I wish there was a place to specifically view, like I wish I could sort it by like time. Okay, these are all like songs and stuff, I think. It does have that little star that says when something is new, but I need, since I haven't really been looking at the codex a whole lot, okay, those are maybe, I think these are all like major characters for the most part. Maybe history, perhaps. I do just, there was a note, a journal that when I glanced at it seemed like it might have been talking about the like Grey Wardens and what they've been doing in the... That's fine. We'll get into it later. It's very supplemental, but I did want to just see it. Oh, here we go. Over here, somewhere. Dude, I can't believe these pieces of paper have been able to just sit in the rain for all of this time without completely disintegrating. Okay. I grow more convinced that if he was ever here, he is now long gone. Still, it would not do for us to miss him through laziness, and he was one of our most skilled warriors. If anyone could hide himself here, it would be he. Looks like a lot of just intaking
The wardens
recruiting.
have abandoned these camps. They're looking for someone. Logain, perhaps?
Oh yeah, it might have been
I think the
Logain.
Inquisition could benefit from this.
I don't think an approval thing popped up for him, so perhaps maybe I've already maxed it out. I do really like how this game treats the companion, excuse me, the companion stuff, because it really does feel like, you know, barring you like losing approval, like getting a bunch of disapproval for stuff with your companions, it's pretty easy to just max out their approval from doing their side quests and stuff. Spirit mimics the... okay. Let's try to get these down here, like walking bomb and stuff. Oh yeah, there it is. I'm quite happy with the accuracy of the new tracking software I got.
Bits up, face down.
It did kind of bug me that every time I would go to get like a drink or something, the model would totally freak out. But I guess that's kind of like funny and appealing in its own way, right? And to go back to my point earlier, like you can already see that I'm like almost done with this area already. And I've been here for maybe an hour or so. I think that, man, I think the reason why I'm like hurting so much for leather is that the game wants me to be annihilating every wild animal that I see, which is very much antithetical to my brain. Just because I don't like... I don't like just annihilating the animals. I'm not a fan. Dude, how am I gonna get over there? Oh, it's through here. Okay, that makes sense. Man, the companion portraits are so good in this game. They've really come a long way from the like 1 and 2 ones where both of those games just have like a screenshot of the character's model. And they might be like making a fucked up face or looking in a particular direction or something, but for the most part it's not really anything super interesting. Oh, I need you to not be doing that. God damn, really? I noticed that there was like a little skull underneath that guy's level, so I guess he's sort of a boss type enemy. And I feel like these enemies are all insanely bulky. They take an ungodly amount of damage. Very spongy. I think the only game that I've ever, like, thought was fine to have super spongy enemies in it is Sekiro, where because the health in that game is not the, like, end point, like the stamina that enemies have. If you lower someone's stamina to 0, then you just instantly win. So that makes the ones that have like a lot of health less annoying. And also in that game, I feel like the gameplay is centered more around you just not taking any damage during a fight if you're blocking properly. And so, like, I've always enjoyed playing on the difficulties in that game that give enemies way more health and have them do more damage. And the fights are like super long, and you are chipping away at them forever, but it never felt bad to me because they were, I wasn't like taking damage the entire time. Speaking of taking damage, Blackwall is like really struggling to build up his guard over there. Ooh, okay. Dude, what is he doing? I think he keeps like shouting at the ram that's over there. Did that miss? I think he moved out of the way. Whatever. In this game, like all of the games in this series, I think would benefit a lot from having a more prominent soundtrack. Like, there's kind of music that's like playing under here, but it's like the ambient, like, area music. And so it's very quiet. But I feel like if you're gonna have combat that is gonna take this long, sometimes you need to have like a banger song playing to keep it feeling good, to keep the energy up. Because even for like combat that isn't like popping off super hard, if the music's really good, then it can still feel like good, you know? A lot of turn-based games are like that, you know, like Final Fantasy doesn't really have like I've been playing a lot of the earlier Final Fantasy games, and they are not the most like flashy and dynamic in their combat, but it's still like really engaging and like fun because, dude, this is pissing me off, because they have like a, you know, the coolest music in any video game ever. Holy shit. The part of that fight where that guy was just perpetually casting barriers on himself was really fucking annoying.
One down!
Oh, he had the key for that cabin. Ooh, I actually really like that. That black wall ability seems really good. The one that pulls enemies toward him.
Indulge me, Sarah. What do you think of when I say demon?
Arrows.
Fine. Magister?
Arrows.
Not helpful, but given our history, I'll accept it. Thaumaturgy.
What?
Magical endeavors. Helpful wonders.
Oh. Arrows.
See there. Oh! Oh no! Oh god. Maybe they were right. Maybe this whole magic thing is getting a little out of hand. That poor creature just completely disintegrated. Oh. Oh god. As I was saying, I feel like Dorian, you know, he's trying there, like he's trying to help Sarah out a little bit with the thinking, you know, having her use her brain more, which is good for her. I feel like she needs it a little bit. But I do like the layered kind of aspect of his personality, where he is like a guy who likes to teach people and have people be less like afraid of magic and stuff, but he's also kind of an asshole. And he's very smug and smarmy. Which I've mentioned it a bit in my other videos, which if you haven't seen, you should go check those out on the YouTube. I think that one thing that these games do really well is having all of the companions be very, like, layered in their personalities. There aren't really any that I can think of that are, like, too one note. Like, some of them are less three-dimensional than others, but even the ones that have, like, a very, like, one aspect of their personality that's extremely dominant are still, like, given moments where they're allowed to have more depth and, like, growth. Like Sten and Loghain and Liliana. Liliana is one that's, I feel like, done really well, where she at first seems like a very specific type of, like, kind of generic-y, nice lady, like, bubbly, happy-go-lucky type character, but the more you learn about her, the more you learn that her, you know, life is incredibly nuanced, and she had, like, a period of time where she was doing really, really dark shit, and then got, like, betrayed and almost killed and stuff. I think maybe if I were to think about the least nuanced character in Origins, it would probably be Zevran. Because I'm trying to think about the parts of his... Well, no, because, like, he's very cut and dry about his, like... pride in the fact that he's a dude who kills people professionally for money. But also, like, the reason why he's in that position is, like, pretty complicated, and it's sort of hard to blame him for being the way he is, because I think in a lot of ways he sees his talent for being an assassin as the thing that saved his life when he was like a slave, or prevented him from being like thrown away by the crows, which is very like sad, but yeah, I like that. That's a very cool thing to have for a character. And it's not like, it's not super generic. Like, I feel like if you have a roguish asshole character like that, the way that people usually go to make them more likable is to give them, you know, like a heart of gold, like that type of thing. But Zevran isn't really that type of guy. Like, the point of his character isn't that he's like secretly a very nice guy, it's just that his circumstances are very complicated in a way that makes it hard to be completely like, hey, fuck you, you know? You still can, for sure. But it, you know, it's not as black and white as it could be. And I mean, like I definitely did not like him at first, but then over time I kind of grew to like him more. The more I found out about him. Oh, I should have done that. That was a tremendous waste of my mana. These fucking demons. Ooh, Green Dorian was really good for this. Yank. Alright, I'm at 6 power. The like, the way power works is crazy. Oh, I got 2 for that. That's nice. I think there are some quests that reward a lot more power than others do. But generally, I think it's kind of a slow process to get more of it. And while I'm here, I'll go ahead and look through this real quick. Ooh, the frame rate. I don't know how much that's like picking up on the stream's end, but for me, it kind of seems like the frame rate drops tremendously whenever I'm doing those. What are we doing here? What are these? Okay, that's pretty good. But I think this is, yeah, that's better. Holy shit, that's a lot of little dots on my map. Since I've been, I mentioned that I was working on like a project that's related to playing all of the Pokemon games, but as a part of that, I've been doing a lot of writing, and now that I'm kind of finished with the first bit of writing for it, I've been doing a lot of like recording, and I've never like recorded myself reading from a script or anything like that, and it is a tremendously difficult process if you've never done it. But also it's like really enriching in a way that seems obvious in retrospect, but I didn't think about it going into it, where like I feel like it's helping a lot with even like doing these like live things where it's making me more aware of how I'm speaking and helping me to like enunciate more and things like that, which is pretty, you know, important if you're like talking for a thing like this. And I've noticed that a lot of my like speech patterns kind of need work in that regard, where I think everyone for the most part has the problem of relying on like comfort words or like sounds, like saying and and like. I think like is one that I still have a lot of trouble getting rid of, even though I'm like very aware of how much I'm saying and during pauses. But I've also noticed that I kind of tend to slur my words together sometimes. Like I'll put a lot less emphasis on a word in a way that makes it kind of hit the ear wrong. And it's something that normally you probably wouldn't notice too much, but when you're like recording yourself talking and then listening back to that, and you're reading words like off of a page, it becomes a lot more obvious. But it's very cool. It's kind of exciting to be able to see those things and then know that I have something to improve on to hopefully make this whole experience more enjoyable for the people watching. And it might be kind of tiring how frequently I talk about that, but it is just such a like cool and a cool thing about doing this, and it's a very like big thing for me. I care a lot about the process of improving, and so I feel like it's fun to share that with anyone who might be watching, because, you know, maybe you've considered streaming yourself or doing something else that's related to entertainment or whatever, like voice acting and stuff like that. And a lot of it is stuff that I haven't really seen a whole lot of the people that I like to watch talk about. Like the mechanics of getting better at doing this whole thing. Because I feel like there's kind of like a social thing involved with streaming and stuff like that, where people tend to view it as like a insubstantial like form of entertainment compared to like a more produced thing. But performing live, you know, has its own quirks and difficulties, and obviously, you know, you could do like a really low effort stream where you're just sitting there in silence as you play a game, but you know, I don't
you get your hair to do that, Dorian?
want
With
to do
magic?
With proper hygiene and grooming, maybe all three of you should get acquainted.
I feel like there's no way that Blackwall doesn't groom the fuck out of his beard. Like, you can't make your beard and mustache look the way that it does for him without grooming the fuck out of it. Hey guys. Oh no. Ooh, this is good. Okay, I'm here. I'm here at the rendezvous point. Is there a person to talk to, perhaps? Maybe something to pick up?
These must be the missing soldiers.
Murdered Inquisition soldiers.
Our men
Acquisition.
were murdered by a group called the Blades of Hessarian.
Hmm.
Seems there's a way to challenge their leader.
Hessarian? As in Archon Hessarian? Didn't think Southerners cared for that part of Andraste's story.
They have traditions. These men were just following a code. If the Inquisition can win their loyalty, we could steer them on a better path.
That sounds cool.
It looks like the bandits are camped further along the beach.
How's my inventory? Okay, it's pretty not full, which is good. Okay, you have no helmet, so that's very good. Okay, and then... yeah, I think those accessories are pretty unexceptional. Unremarkable. And I think there was a... yeah, this cave over here led into a really deep area that I think had more of those deep stalkers in it for the hide. So if I just like... oh wait. I wonder if it would be faster to travel over here, even though it's like further away, but it'll put me closer to the ground.
Nothing to report, sir.
And Blackwall is so easy to get approval for, because you can just hang out in this area and kill these random enemies all day. I wonder why he isn't triggering that rune. Like the trap. Maybe he has to like walk out of it and then back into it. Like if it's put on top of him, it doesn't trigger it. I don't know. It's very, very odd. Is this all just iron? Yeah. I think, oh yeah, that's right. I totally forgot that this area is technically an area from Dragon Age 2. The Storm Coast was one of the like outside areas, I think. I'm like fairly sure. But in this it looks so much different and so much better. Looks so different and so much better. Like the very geometric rock formations are all very cool. See, that time you put the mine right on top of that spider and he definitely blew it up. I think the Deep Stalkers are the funniest enemy type in this entire game series. Like, these like tiny rats that have just an absurd amount of health for how small they are. I do at least appreciate that in Inquisition you don't have to fight a dozen waves of them every time they show up. Okay, I think that's everything in here. But yeah, like this little area with like the dwarf architecture is very cool. I don't remember in Origins or 2 if they had this like really neat style of window, but I really like these like faintly glowing mosaic window panes. They're very cool and unique. Oh my god. They're just so small, so much smaller than like anything else that you fight in the game, in any of these games. Ooh. Having all these enemies clumped up in this one space is pretty fucking advantageous for me. I have more than enough of those hides now to make the banner thing. And
Inquisitor.
yeah, that should be over here. Let's get this while I'm at it. I think that'll help with stuff. Man, I need so much. I just need 2 more of those tomes, but they're so specific that you can only get them from one place. Oh, I forgot that these also give you power for doing them. Alright. Okay, so I have to wear it? It's like a... There it is. I think it's kind of funny how in games that have optional objectives for quests, there are very, very rarely any instances where doing the optional objective isn't, like, objectively beneficial for you. But I do think it's interesting when games play with stuff like that, where, like, having a dialogue that's related to, like a skill check, isn't inherently better. Like, it's doing a different type of thing that you might not want to do. Like convincing someone to, like tricking someone or you know, stuff like that. The same with like optional objectives. I can't really think of any examples of games that do that specifically, but I think it would be cool to play a game that had them, in the same way that games now are more it's more common to do the thing where skill checks aren't like inherently something that you always want to pick. Disco Elysium is a really, really good example of that, where there's a lot of things that game does to really push you to be more mindful of like what options you're picking in dialogue, rather than just kind of doing everything that you see. Like running through all of the options.
Someone's
Hey
come with
guys.
a challenge.
The others failed.
Go ahead and do another save here while I'm here.
So you would challenge the blades of Hasarian?
Oh, you are you're quite tall.
There's been enough violence. Stand down.
I earned my place here. Do you think I'll step aside for you?
Okay, alright, this is going pretty well for me. Every time I press that ability, I'm hoping that it'll do something, like just a little bit of damage or something like that, but I feel like all of the non-barrier abilities for the spirit tree are like completely useless outside of their really specific context that you are supposed to use them in.
It's done.
So long as the rest agree to play nice, right?
Your worship, The Blades of Hussarian are at your service.
Oh,
If you
are
want
you
eyes on the coast, here we are.
you and your twin?
I've not heard of the Blades of Hussarian.
Our work is often misunderstood, but we serve Andraste and whoever proves worthy of wielding us.
You and your blades are loyal to the Inquisition?
We're loyal to you,
Dude,
I
this
suppose
is
that's
really
the same
crazy.
thing, Your worship.
So there's no ill will over what happened with your former boss?
The man was a bastard. You're not the first to stand up to him. You're just the first to win, and we're happy with that. Besides, I would rather swear my life to the Herald of Andraste.
Oh, please don't call me that.
Do you have anything to report?
Nothing of note, Your worship.
I should
Alright.
go.
You know where to find us.
Have fun.
You alright?
I was just a girl. But I remember them, you know.
I know. We'll be safe here.
Remember them? Who? The conversion of... Oh yeah, Hussarian was the Archon who was in charge when they burnt Andraste on that pyre, and then he was like so affected by it that
See?
he
I told you.
repented and felt really bad and stuff.
Did you hear about Haven?
Alright.
Just rumors.
I have a feeling most of them are true.
What's going on with you? You're nothing. Oh my god, there's so many of this one guy. I need to
An
get
old
out of here.
salt now, that is what I am, as I sail these stormy waters.
Excellent.
Are you sure?
Is every guy in this organization just the same dude? They're all just that one guy. Okay. Neat. Alright, so that's the end of that little bit. And then I think over here, I'm gonna go check it out, but I'm pretty sure that you need to advance a certain amount into the story in order to access that little area. Definitely bring Blackwall. And maybe... Yeah, Dorian has been pretty good against all these undead guys. It's so... You take so much fucking fall damage in this game. It's ridiculous. Like, Dark Souls 2 or Witcher 3 levels of fall damage. Which is another reason why I think this game is pretty unfriendly to you if you're not following the main roads to objectives and stuff. If you try to get too cheeky with it. Oh, a logging stand. Calm down. It's just a ram. There's no reason to go that hard on it. Let's see. My inventory is filling up a little bit, but I think it's probably still good for a little while. I wish a lot of the gear in this game felt more meaningful when you picked it up, because it feels like they throw a lot of just like fucking trash at you. like armor that and weapons and stuff that just aren't very useful at all. Okay, see, this is where I would think that the entrance would be to this zone. And I'm kind of remembering something where you appear here after doing some quest, maybe? Oh. Or maybe it's this cave over here. One thing that's kind of funny and weird about the new tracking stuff that I have set up is that there's like a certain face that I make sometimes that the app doesn't really know how to track properly, at least with the model that I have, where I kind of like do that and the model detects it as me like opening my mouth, but I'm just like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm kind of like extending, like pursing my lips downward, but it just but that might be something that gets better when you have a more intricate model. Which are crazy, by the way. I think the people that do like full-time, like really high-quality VTubing have to be insanely wealthy or just extremely dedicated. Because, like, having like a pretty decent VTubing model is like, I don't know, it's like $1,000 or something like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. Way, 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 way out of the price range that I would be able to afford, for sure. Ooh, let's go close this rift over here, and then I'll move on from this area for now. Maybe interface with this ocularium. Actually, I think I'll leave it, and then if I end up, like, getting all of the shards or something, I'll do it, because it kind of, like, clogs up the map with... Like, this is very distinguishable, right? But over here where it turns the shards into like these quest markers, that becomes a lot less easy to distinguish compared to like, you know, this, which is like an actual side quest. I wonder how I get over there. Oh, it's just like pretty far along the beach. Oh, a bunch of Kunari writings. Oh fuck, oh god. I feel like maybe like I'll be honest, I'm a lot less experienced with the Dragon Age Codex than I am with the Mass Effect Codex. But I feel like there's something about the Dragon Age Codex that's like lacking compared to the Mass Effect one. And the most obvious thing in my mind would be the voice acting, because like all of the main Codex entries in Mass Effect are voice acted, so that like helps a lot in making it more digestible to go through it. But also I think that there's a lot of like information in the Mass Effect Codex that isn't available anywhere else really, whereas the Dragon Age one feels a lot more supplemental. Like, they'll kind of reiterate or go over a lot of topics that you kind of just understand from playing the game without adding too much more. Which is sort of like... I think it makes me less inclined to go out of my way to engage with it, maybe. Oh yeah, that's right. There is a dragon over here, but it might be... I think I can probably close this rift without aggroing the dragon. Which would be good, because I need to have Iron Bull here for that. This dragon thing is freaking crazy. I definitely think that the dragon stuff in this game is handled the best out of all of them. Like having the really diverse like amount of dragons and like all their different types and stuff is really cool. And I think the fights themselves, even though they're like really tough and kind of frustrating at times, they're still better designed than the ones in Dragon Age 1 and 2. Because those fights, especially the Origins one, really just fucking pissed me off. In terms of the amount of damage that the dragon was outputting. And the rewards also didn't feel great. Like I felt like I was very, very thorough with how much of Origins that I like went through in terms of the maps and stuff. But despite that, I still didn't have enough dragon skills by the end of my first playthrough to do anything with them. Which meant that I didn't actually like get much of anything for fighting the dragon. And all of the like really difficult to fight hordes of dragon moons that were scattered throughout that game. And I honestly just have no idea what I could have missed. Holy shit, that guy took 900 damage. What was that from? That had to have been Varric. Dude, they do this shit too much. My companions just love, the ranged companions really like to move out of position to do certain abilities in a way that is very unhelpful. Ooh, look at how far away I can...
Planning on settling that 50 crown debt anytime soon, Sparkler?
And if I don't? Do you have tiny enforcers come strip me of my holdings?
No, I don't know. I suppose I could always send a letter to your family.
Oh, that's
The
fucked
dwarf
up.
plays dirty. All right, you win. This time.
That is a diabolical threat. Okay, yeah, the dragon, I think, is like up there or something, so I can come back for it later. And in the meantime, oh, I think most of the guys are back from their little mobile game timed mission things. What's that? Oh, I think this is probably just the
Another completed work of
garden
whatever
thing
you call it.
that I built. Yeah,
Good
there it
time
is.
today. You're one of the
Oh, these are really cool because they let you pick the like aesthetic of what you're making. We're not gonna do the chantry one. There is no way in hell. I do like all the poems and stuff that are in the codex. Oh, and I'm pretty sure that this is where the potion upgrading table is, maybe? And then over here I can like plant seeds. I'll do that later.
Any stories?
Oh, plenty.
Oh, is it? I think all of the crafting stuff is just down here now.
Where's my other hand? Right
It
there.
would be, yeah, here we go. Yeah, that's definitely good to get. And then this, yeah, improving the regeneration potion.
Mix and match, pick your batch.
Oh, and while I'm here, I'll pass everything down to my companions. And I think for that, if I go over here and I modify the weapons, I can find this and then I can yeah, I can pull these out. And then put them into the other one that Vivian is using, but instead I think I'll put it into someone else's. Like Dorian's, if I can. Oh, I can't. Okay. Vivian it is. Oh, what? I thought I... There we go. And then Sarah is the only person who uses bows, so anything that is a bow that isn't as good as what she has can just be thrown away. Same with Iron Bull is the only one who uses two-handed stuff. And then Cassandra and Blackwall use one-handed stuff. I think I've gotten more efficient at going through this stuff, hopefully. And then Iron Bull wears these, and that's definitely better. And I think that armor is probably gonna be good for him for a while. And then I think the helmets are really strange because I don't think any of them actually fall into a armor category. So they're like universal. Oh, I like how the mail and coat look different on them. Like they're both unique in their appearance, but they have like a variation to them. That's really cool. Yeah, and the rest of this can just go into the garbage. And I can get rid of this, I'm sure. Flash fire? Okay. Yeah, everyone has stuff, so now I only have to worry about the accessories that are actually useful. Oh, oops. Cool. And then I think the rest of my inventory slots are taken up by those like research materials. Oh, before I do that, I should actually remember to manage the war table stuff so that it can brew. And I need to make extra sure because I like how it's really fucked up that the missions on the war table that don't actually take time, like the ones that unlock new areas, still have to, you still have to like have someone available in order to do them. Okay, so we have, what was it? This one? Yeah, this is the one that I was thinking of. So that we could do a little more story soon. And everything else is, oh yeah. Yeah, I think that this is definitely the most sensitive of all of these, like, quests by far. I just have to reopen the table. And then do this. I'm pretty sure it's just the :1. Yeah, okay. Because yeah, see, this is an instance where if you took the one that takes less time, you just get locked out of the rest of these completely. That was the guy in the tavern that wanted to, like, work. Go do stuff. We got word out to everyone we could, but some cells were too remote to reach. We'll need the Inquisition to contact them, at least to let them know the Templars are gone. This is another one that seems like it would be pretty sensitive. Nope. See, it's just absolutely impossible to tell which ones are very sensitive and which ones aren't. And most of them aren't, but a lot of the like longer multi-step ones that give you better rewards are. What is this? Okay. That has something to do with the main quest, because it has that big thing over it, but I have no idea what. And then this is like the next really big point in the main story, which involves the plot to assassinate the Orlesian Empress that they talked about 100,000 years ago, if you remember. And now that I have that one area, I think it would definitely be good to go and do some bigger story stuff.
Inquisitor, is it true? Is the mark on your hand magic cast by Corypheus?
Yes.
Corypheus claimed it's a spell gone wrong.
I wanted to think it was a blessing. A sign the Maker was returning to his creation. How credulous of me.
The anchor's nothing more special than a misfired spell.
At least you had the good fortune to take it from Corypheus. Does it hurt? The anchor, that is.
It's not pain. It's more like my nerves go on fire.
It sounds most unpleasant.
Man, I did just remember that I have a lot of these that I should do. Because they're, like, pretty gated by the story, I think. Like, if you progress too far in the story, you can get locked out of a lot of these companion things. So, I'm actually gonna work toward them. First, I'm gonna go around and talk to everyone and see if maybe I've unlocked a couple new scenes or whatever.
I can spare some time. What do you need?
Nothing.
Carry on.
What about you?
My friend.
Oh yeah, let's ask
I'd
about
like
your
to hear more
thingies.
about what you saw in your exploration of the Fade.
I think I have shared everything of note.
Hmm.
I should spend some time encountering more stories.
I need to know more about Corypheus.
You shamed him when you destroyed Haven. Spoiled his glorious victory. It would be worse to acknowledge that you had done so. He must continue on his course or show weakness. He will return to his plans to throw Olay into chaos, and then conquer it for Devinter.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Very uplifting conversation, as always. Where's the stupid table? Oh, here it is. Man.
Something you need?
Nope.
I should go. You know where I'll be.
What about you?
At your service, my lord.
Anything I should know?
It seems that the Orlesian army is awaiting our next move. Some of the generals are sympathetic to our cause. Others are still suspicious. Our actions are under a great deal of scrutiny.
All right.
I'll leave you to your work.
And I think I can get to... yeah.
Yes?
Nope. Okay. Is everyone in there?
Inquisitor.
Oh, who are you?
Your worship. I'm serving now. In a different way.
Oh, I think that's the cult lady.
Yes?
Oh.
Do you have any advice for me?
Treat Dorian with caution. It's
But why?
possible he could be what he seems. A Tevinter mage wishing to do better than his countrymen. What if he is not? At best, his presence makes the Inquisition appear to have questionable allies.
I don't give a shit about that.
Do you have any advice for me?
Watch the treasury carefully, with that Sarah present.
You think she's here to rob us?
Possibly not, but I would hardly put it past her.
I have some more questions.
Why am I not surprised?
Tell me about your brother.
Tell me about your brother.
I would prefer not to speak.
I definitely don't think I'm going to get anything more out of Cassandra until I do her quest thingy. What about you, Krem?
Your worship?
You're still doing your weird chair
We'll talk
thing?
later.
We'll make good use of it. Thank you.
How's it going?
See you later, Bull.
Nice talking with you, boss.
Absolute travesty. I think there's been one cutscene with Iron Bull since we've been to Skyhold, and none of them in Haven. What
Ready
about
for
you,
waiting?
Sarah? What are we doing?
Is your network of contacts still active after what happened?
After Lord Arsehole and Vishal? Of course. He may have killed people, but that just means there's more who hate him. You should be one of them. But maybe not. So watch out for that.
I mean, I definitely am.
We annoyed some nobles. Does that really help all that much?
Gets you paid, for one. You seem happy enough about that. I don't get what's so hard to understand. Your stuff works the same. Your Inquisition, I mean. Punch a bully, people like you. Do it because they asked, or let them think they asked. They like it even more. It's inspiring, even if it sometimes goes tits up and they take a hit back. You know, like Haven.
It must have gone wrong before. How many times have you almost died?
What fight were you in? We didn't almost die. Besides, I only have to start these punch-ups.
What do you mean? You killed Harmon.
Sure, sometimes I plonk one, but you know what it takes to be a noble? Everyone says, he's a noble. That's all a title is. So I slap someone, make them look stupid for just a second. All of a sudden, he doesn't look so nobly or scary. Maybe the servants rebel, whatever. But know what really gets them? Other nobles. They blame the slappee for being slapped. Their shit's like that. So it's backwards inspiration, sort of. Still works like yours does.
I really like the idea of Sarah, like, whether she knows it or not, like, using the way that nobles function to, like, it's like an institution that's kind of inherently self-destructive because of how they, like, disparage and disown each other and stuff. And, using that against them is really fun.
So you think what you do is just as inspiring as what I do?
I said it works the same. Because if you're boot on your neck poor, nobles and couriers don't look much different. They sure as piss look closer to each other than they do to real people. So yes, I inspire. Little pockets of inspiration.
That's very good.
I get it, kind of. We just don't think of what you do as that kind of inspiration.
Well, we should take a good hard look at where our people come from. All the same people. At least my baddies are understandable. No kicking in the sky there.
We'll talk another time.
It's all good, innit? Hey, it's you again.
Okay.
Did you hear the news?
Yeah.
Old pain, shadows forgotten from dreams too real. This side is slow and heavy, but here is what can change.
Yeah, I wonder if I have
hear
any
you've
of
been busy.
these enough.
Can I assume you're responsible for the turnips that have shown up in the fireplaces?
They don't smell the same raw.
You needed that soldier to smell them, so he could die thinking he'd gone home.
He did go home.
I'll talk to you later.
How do you know?
I know there are definitely a couple more cutscenes with Sarah, but I hope that I'm like gated from them by the story and not approval. Because I think I've done most or all of her like quests and stuff. Oh wait. Trying to figure out how to route myself to Cullen. Oh, where is he? Oh, he's like up. Okay, let's see if I go through here and then... Oh yeah, out this way. This fucking labyrinthian castle. Alright, Cole. What's up?
Gloat all you like. I have this one.
Are you sassing me, Commander? I didn't know you had it in you.
Why do I even... Inquisitor.
Leaving, are you? Does this mean I win?
Are you two playing nice?
I'm always nice. You need to come to terms with my inevitable victory. You'll
So
feel
true.
much better.
Really? Because I just won, and I feel fine.
Don't get smug. There will be no living with you.
I should return to my duties as well. Unless you would care for a game.
Yeah, sure.
Prepare the board, Commander.
I am
As a
not
child,
good
I
at
played this
chess
with my sister.
in real life.
She would get this stuck-up grin whenever she won, which was all the time. My brother and I practiced together for weeks. Oh, the look on her face the day I finally won. And between serving the Templars and the Inquisition, I haven't seen them in years. I wonder if she still plays.
You have siblings?
2 sisters and a brother.
Where are they now?
They moved to South Reach after the Blight. I do not write to them as often as I should. Oh, it's my turn.
Fuck it.
You're about to relive those childhood defeats. This game is mine.
This may be the longest we've gone without discussing the Inquisition, or related matters. To be honest, I appreciate the distraction.
You can't be serious all the time. Well, maybe you can.
Well, I believe the game is mine.
Wait, what?
Dorian cheats at this as well.
Fuck. He fucking got me. You know what they say about great minds thinking alike. Oh, It's a little invasive to read the private letters he's been writing to his family,
Was
but
that something you needed?
whatever.
That's all for now.
Should you require anything?
Wait, actually, I
At your
should...
service.
Is there anything I should know?
I'm glad to have the charges on our side. Bull's men are professionals, despite evidence to the contrary.
What are you talking about?
What do you think of the people you work with?
Who do you mean?
Are you satisfied with the Inquisition's forces?
Our soldiers are well disciplined and committed to the cause. Templars and mages are not used to seeing each other as allies, but they are working together well enough thus far.
I should let you get back to work.
I'm glad there's no fall damage here, so you can just do shit like that without having to worry about it. Ooh, this looks like something.
I'm here.
Oh, no?
What do you think of the Inquisition?
I just know that you could shake this world to its foundations if you willed it.
Damn, that's a
We
lot.
should return to our duties.
As you wish. You are, after all, in charge.
I am. I guess.
I don't need you, sister.
Oh?
You're carrying a heavy burden for one so young.
I'll carry it back to Crestwood and kill those bandits. That's what Father would have wanted.
He'd want you to live a good life.
Hey guys, don't mind me.
Dead. You didn't know him.
Alright. I wonder where those other upgrades are. I think they're in like these places. Like I think there's a tower over here. And then there's something else. Well, that's scary. Oh, okay. I thought that all the other trainers had like fucked off for some reason, but they're still there. Oh, hey, Kizzy. Yeah, I've been live for a little while. I was having a bunch of technical problems at the beginning of the stream, so you did miss all of those, which is good for you. I think I remember there being like a renovation thing up here. Dang, I love technical difficulties. Oh, really? Well, yeah, maybe I'll when I cut the VOD together, I'll keep them in just for you. But yeah, how have you been doing? Are you working right now or staying home? Dude, I could have sworn there was something in here. Maybe it's in here? I might have to look these up later. The worker right now on my lunch break. Ooh. Okay. So I think that is good for now. And then if I look... Fallowmire, Western Approach. Oh, that's over here? Okay, cool. Oh wait. Didn't I have... Yeah. I think this is also Exalted Plains. So let's go there. And hopefully, if I go kill those Venatori, it'll give me, one of those books. And we'll do Iron Bowl and Sarah. Still looking for the books. Yeah, it's kind of a long process. I've been trying to get more like powers so that I can unlock more areas and stuff. Oh, I did unlock that one area that has Venatori in it, but I think my level is still too low to go do it. Because it's like level 14 or
Welcome
something.
to the Exalted Plains, a place with a long and bloody history. Even now, the region is volatile. This was a front in the Civil War. Now there's rebels called the Freemen of the Dales. recently
Ooh.
emerged and adding to the chaos.
Those guys sound cool. Tell me about, I mean, I know, but you tell me about the bloody history.
This is where the elves made their last stand, isn't it?
Ah, you studied the Dales.
Oh, that's, I like,
Yes.
that
When
seems
offered
unique.
a chance to lay down their arms and surrender, they refused.
Yeah, because that's, you know.
This rebel group. Tell me more about them.
They seem to be simple deserters, tired of fighting and dying for either the Empress or the Grand Duke. Now they want the Dales for their own. Worse, they're more organized than we anticipated. Be wary.
What else can you tell me?
Scouts have sighted Dalish elves. There must be a clan camp somewhere on the plains.
Alright.
That will be all. Thank you.
With the rifts and the undead, the Orlesians have lost ground. Most have been driven back to their forts. We have to stabilize the region, allowing the Imperial Army to re-establish its presence. Good luck,
do
Your
we?
Worship. You'll need it.
Do we really? What if we just, like... What if we made the area more stable, but not for the Orlesian army?
Inquisitor, I've something for you.
Is that something that we could do, perhaps?
Could prove useful, sir.
Alright, so this is an area that's pretty big. And, okay, so I'm gonna go in this direction. I think this is definitely one of the more interesting areas in the game, just from like a flavor perspective. Like getting to go to the place where the elven like society used to be, but now it's all fucked up from the horrid crusade. It is really interesting and cool. All my party members are nice and spread out so that I can't reach them with my barriers because the AI just has a natural
Off the ramparts.
tendency
I wonder
to do
why.
that.
Let's find out.
Ooh, what is this? Oh, just more plants. Oh yeah, I need a shit ton of this stuff. Okay, and then you... I love the way panic works, where the enemies will just kind of like walk around aimlessly. Right, and then I think, yeah, most of this area is like big open spaces, but they also have these like really narrow like trenches and stuff. I'm gonna try to not get too sucked into the trenches because that's where most of the like area story is. And I'm not trying to do that quite right now. More rocks. I don't care what immaculate leather that it drops, I'm not going to kill all of the Hala so that I can get their crafting materials. I refuse. Oh, look at them. They look so cool. God, it's such a cool fucking design. I mean, I know it's just like a deer with like a lot of antlers, but I just really like them. They're so neat. And all the lore with them is very cool. That was definitely the best part of Origins. Nothing wrong with deer. I love them, as you should.
Worth a
I
look
feel
around,
like
right?
people tend to hate on deer a little bit because they're, I don't know. I guess they're like deceptively aggressive, but I think that's something where like any of the animals that people have a problem with because they're like mean is just that, you know, you need to give them space. Like deer do not exist so that you can like pet them and shit. It's the prions for me that scare me. Yeah, I think that's another thing that people say a lot is that they have a lot of like parasites and stuff that are no good for humans. But that's another thing that is just like, okay, well, you know, just don't touch them and you'll be fine. Chronic wasting disease. I already have that, so it's not really a big deal for me, but I understand why someone would not want to get it. Dude, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's a... uniquely named creature.
A place to set up camp, perhaps.
I like the... Oh man. Your prions got folded. Will you be death spiraling soon? We'll see. We'll see how long it takes for the wasting disease to fully claim me. I'm hoping that it'll be like a while, but... Oh, Kizzy, you missed earlier one of these little creatures, like, the second I saw them, it kind of walked toward me and onto one of the landmines that Dorian set, and it just completely disintegrated. Like, it blew up and died, and then the animation for it dying was that it like melted. Absolutely horrific. Ooh, what's this? Bloodstone. Excuse me. See, this is another area that, like, has significantly less camps than the hinterlands. I know I keep talking about it, but I do think it's just really funny how a lot of the design for this game is lopsided in that way. Where the hinterlands are just this, like, massive area with all these things to do, and then the other areas are much, much smaller in comparison. Back to it for me. Oh shit, well good luck. I hope listening to me ramble about bullshit while you put PCs together helps it be less boring. You missed a lot of me talking about like movies and shit that I've been getting up to lately. I think one thing that I worry about... Ooh, what's this? Oh, fuck, okay. One thing that I worry about with dreaming is that, it's like the line that Solus has earlier in this game, where he says, in order to have interesting dreams, you have to be interesting. Where I feel like a lot of streamers that I watch have fairly robust and interesting lives. And in contrast, like, I'm kind of trying to do more in my life, but I'm like in the process of doing it, so I'm not having a lot of like profoundly interesting things that are happening to me at all times. So I very quickly run out of like anecdotes or just things to talk about that involve whatever I'm getting up to currently. And I have plenty of stories like from earlier times in my life, but also none of those stories are like good. They're all quite negative, I guess. Unpleasant to listen to. Alright, I remember this used to be an area that absolutely fucked me up because you can't climb over these rocks to get to that camp. The only way to get to it is from... There's like a war table operation that you have to unlock. And I forget exactly. I think you just have to go through a path and then hit like a certain point and it'll have you put like a flag down. And then that lets you proceed deeper into the area.
Must grind your gristle the Elder One is some crazy Vint asshole, huh?
I'm not thrilled to discover we should take those old legends at face value.
Guess he thinks the modern Imperium is a real letdown, too.
Why wouldn't he? Tevinter once covered all Thedas, its glory only matched by its depravity. It'd be like Koslan showing up and learning the Qunari didn't conquer the world after all.
Yes. Priesthood's been trying to explain that one for centuries.
Oh shit, I have a point. Reducing incoming damage and reviving them if they fall unconscious. No longer revives... Okay, no. I was listening until it said no longer revives allies permanently. That is no good. And then yeah, here's the operation.
Get this cleared out. Give me a week and I could do it myself.
Dude, I bet. Okay, so now that we've cleared that little bit out, we can go do the Solus thingy. I really love that movement ability that I have. Like, it just makes getting around so nice, but the one thing that does get kind of frustrating about it is that using it makes the game think that you're in combat for a second. So if you try to like fast travel right after you use it, the game freaks out. Alright, Cole, what do you got? he has all of his little things, so yeah, he should start getting these stealth abilities. And Solus should have more of these, because they're very good. Oh, there it is. Okay, so these are like... Those are pretty good, but I feel like her getting these would be more useful. Retain... Oh yeah, okay, that's good. Anything that lets you keep the benefits of an area of effect after leaving, like, the zone is pretty useful, especially for these guys, because they absolutely love to just wander away. Alright, how am I gonna get around here? I think through here.
Goodbye.
None of it helped. Dispelling barriers like that feels so fucking good. I think the only time that that hasn't felt insanely powerful is when I was fighting that one guy who was just made of fucking adamantium. Alright, so I think I'm getting pretty close. This area is very long. Like in terms of its, like not time length, but distance. It's like a huge continuous strip. Also, it's kind of funny that there's only like 3 camps, but they're all clustered right here, and then there's like no place to fast travel over here. You just have to hoof it every time. Ooh. See, the Storm Coast had like the distant vistas that didn't look super good, but I feel like this area looks a lot nicer. It might be the lighting, because I think those mountains are still kind of generally the same design as the rest of them have been, but they're lit better, and they don't have that like rain texture on them. Hey guys. Oh, I thought I could. There we go. Hey, oh, that's so cool. I love how when Cole uses his like stealth thing, he looks like a wraith. Like he looks different than the other characters when they use it. Elven glyphs. Check out some glyphs. Another floating bird.
Something is odd about those runes, but I cannot determine what.
His accent made runes sound exactly the same as him saying ruins. A rebel group gathering in the Emerald Graves forest. I think, yeah, the Emerald Graves is like a different area, but it's like very similar to
Thank
this
you
one.
for this, Inquisitor. We are not far from where my friend was summoned.
Everything here is blurry. It wants to forget, but now the rocks are solid.
One of the mages. Killed by arrows, it would seem.
It would seem like that. What with all of the fucking arrows sticking out of him?
These aren't mages.
Oh, jeez.
The bodies are burned, and these claw marks. No. No, no, no.
A demon's work, unless I am mistaken.
Maybe Cassandra wasn't the best person to bring here, but I don't think any of the warriors would have been particularly receptive to Solus's friend's problem.
My friend. Ah!
The mages turned your friend into a demon.
Yes.
You said it was a spirit of wisdom, not a fighter.
A spirit becomes a demon when denied its original purpose.
So they summoned it for something so opposed to its own nature that it was corrupted. Fighting.
Let us ask them.
A mage! You're not with the bandits? Do you have any lyrium potions? Most of us are exhausted. We've been fighting that demon.
You summoned that demon! Except it was a spirit of wisdom at the time. You made it kill! You twisted it against its purpose!
I understand how it might be confusing to someone
Oh.
who has not studied demons, but after you help us, I can...
We are not here to help you.
Yeah, that was a really fucking stupid thing to say to Solus in particular, guy.
Word of advice? I'd hold off on explaining
Like
how
Henry
demons
Blogg
work
to
my
slap his
friend
bald
here.
head. Not now.
Listen to me.
Now is
I
not
was
the
one
time
of
to
the
be slapping his
foremost
bald
experts
head.
in the Kirkwall Shut.
I'm gonna be slapping this dude's
You
fucking
summoned it
head.
to protect you from the bandits.
Yes.
And then you
bound
lied
it to
about it.
obedience,
That's
then
cool.
commanded it to kill. That is when it turned. The summoning circle. We break it, we break the binding. No orders to kill, no conflict with its nature, no demon.
What? The binding is the only thing keeping the demon from killing us. Whatever it was before, it is a monster now.
Dude, shut the
Inquisitor,
fuck up.
please.
Yeah, we'll do it.
I'll do everything I can to save your friend, Solus.
Thank you. We must hurry!
Oh. Alright, let's do it. I wonder if I do dispel on this, will it do damage? Okay, no. I was hoping, but I guess not. Oh, thank God Cole is here to do substantial damage to these. While I'm here, I'm gonna make sure that nobody... Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm glad that they're targeting the thing, the stones, and not him. I think on my first playthrough, I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to this, and so I had like fucked it up. Because I figured that... Or no, I think it was that I figured part of the fight would be like getting the demon to low health, and then it would just like stop attacking and let you destroy the summoning stones. But it does not. You just kill the demon straight up, and Solus is obviously quite unhappy about it. Oh shit. I think this is the last one. Should be. There we go.
Lethaline, Irabelas.
Tel Abalos en Asel Atalim. Mamilava Halani. Malasuladinadas. Magilani Midinan.
Manuvinen. Dareth Shara.
I heard what it said. It was right.
You did help it.
Now? I must endure.
Let me know if I can help.
You already have. All that remains now is them.
Thank you. We would not have risked the summoning, but the roads are too dangerous to travel unprotected.
You did it out of
tortured and killed my
convenience.
friend.
We didn't know it was just the spirit. The book said it could help us.
Oh.
Damn them all. I need some time alone. I will meet you back at Skyhold.
That'll be the last time that you guys summon a demon erroneously. Fucking later. Perhaps you should have thought about it more than not at all. I think Solus earned a little bit of revenge as a treat, you know? I think if you have sound effects higher, there's like an explosion there. Like it's like pretty loud.
Inquisitor.
How are you, Solus?
It hurts. It always does. But I will survive.
Thank you for coming back.
You were a true friend. You did everything you could to help. I could hardly abandon you now.
Where did you go?
I found a quiet spot and went to sleep. I visited the place in the Fade where my friend used to be. It's empty. But there are stirrings of energy in the void. Someday something new may grow there.
Man.
What happens when a spirit dies?
It isn't the same for mortals. The energy of spirits returns to the Fade. If the idea giving the spirit form is strong, or if the memory has shaped other spirits, it may someday rise again.
Oh, like the demons from Chainsaw Man.
You're saying your friend might come back?
No, not really. A spirit's natural state is peaceful semi-existence. It is rare to be able to reflect reality. Something similar may reform one day, but it might have a different personality. It would likely not remember me. It would not be the friend I knew.
I'll let you get back to work.
All right. Thank you again.
That was fun. Very fun quest for Solus. Hey, what's up?
Thank you for Haven. Less so for Redcliffe, but I am committed to serve your worship.
Dude, who are you? Hey, Varric. What's up?
Need something? Or are you just here to admire the dwarf?
Just admiring.
Carry on.
Alright, Solus, I know you said that you needed, like, time or whatever, but what's up? What do you got?
Inquisitor, Do you have a moment? What were you like before the anchor? Has it affected you? Changed you in any way? Your mind? Your morals? Your spirit?
I don't think so. I would pick this one because, I feel like what I would be thinking is that if it did change me, I wouldn't really be able to tell. But I feel like this is probably going to be more dismissive than I would intend.
I don't believe so.
Ah.
Why do you ask?
You show a wisdom I have not seen since my deepest journeys into the ancient memories of the Fade.
Damn, for
You
real?
are not what I expected.
I'm just some guy.
I don't think of myself as different from anyone.
Oh.
Perhaps not in the form of your body, no.
disapprove.
You have shown subtlety in your actions. A wisdom that goes against everything I expected. If the Dalish could raise someone with a spirit like yours, have I misjudged them?
Yeah.
I don't hold the Dalish up as perfect, but we have something worth honoring. A memory of the ancient ways.
Perhaps that is it. I suppose it must be. Most people act with so little understanding of the world, but not you.
So what does this mean, Solus?
It means that I respect you deeply, Inquisitor. And I have disturbed you enough for one evening.
Well, shit. I do always like being showered with compliments. Ugh, I love how the thing that keeps track of the path that you take whenever you teleport during cutscenes like that, it just has this fucking straight line that goes through all of the environment. Ugh, I forgot that it won't let me jump down that chasm. Dude, I think I'm getting close to not having to worry about the war table anymore, which would be very nice. Yes, yes, now you can like and reblog to slap his head. I think now that he respects me, I think he'd allow it. His head was looking particularly shiny in the cutscene where he came back. Okay, and then for this, I think I need to find the one that lets you open the doors. It's this one. Ooh, that seems really good. Okay, so in order to get it, I need to, like, put a bunch of points into this. Oh yeah, this one's really good too. Capture any keep. Have I not done that? Okay, well, I'm gonna have to get... Oh, I have 3... Okay, I'm gonna save it and then wait until I get that thing, because the one that uncovers all of the, like, points on the map is really useful for getting more power. Oh, there's
Yes,
more.
Thank you.
There's more of them. Every time I look. There are more. Okay. I got the horse. I think those are probably like DLC thingies. Let's see. I was hoping that I had more Sarah quests. Memorial for Haven. Yeah, let's take a look. I feel like we'd want Josephine for this one, just because it names her specifically. Does not matter.
All right.
Reports of darkspawn activity. Alright. Oh, on the storm coast. Oh, I think this might be the thing that opens up that other area in the storm coast. Wait, where's the... Oh, this one finished. Okay, looks like this didn't work. Also, I think some of these are, like, the success is random for some of these, so you can just, like, fail them, which is very odd. Okay, yeah, let's do the Liliana one. And then... an ally from Starkhaven. I think this one has, yeah, it has to be done with Josephine. Most cordial greetings. My name is Sebastian Vale, sole heir of the Vale Princes of Starkhaven. I recently retook the throne of this great city from those who sought to gain it through unjust means. As a most devoted adherent of the Chantry, blah, 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 blah. I fucking hate this prick. Let's be friends. And Josephine is sending emissaries.
At your
Sounds
service.
good. I cannot stand that Sebastian guy. Alright. And in terms of... oh yeah, I finished that quest for Dorian, so maybe he'll have more stuff to talk about.
Lathaline.
Oh shit.
We'll talk later. Goodbye.
I forget what that means, that word means specifically, but I think it's nice.
Something you need?
Nope.
I should go.
I do rather like watching you leave.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. Okay, so I think the other ones are... Vivian's thing in the... oh yeah, I can probably do that. Western Approach, Exalted Plains, Emerald Graves, and Empri du Lion. And Fallowmire, Western Approach, and Empri du Lion. So the Empri du Lion seems like the last kind of area that I need to unlock for these quests. And then at that point, I'll feel comfortable with moving things forward in the story. I just want to make absolutely sure that I don't miss any of them, because I have definitely missed them before. And then this one is, yeah, Colin's thing in the Emerald Graves. And how much power do I have? I think at the very least the Exalted Plains should give me a shit ton of power because there are all those rifts there. Oh, and I have 8, so I think that's enough to get the... yeah, the graves. Oh, and I need the Western Approach. So I need these, like, 3 areas.
Have you heard anything? Not yet. I'll let you know as soon as I do.
Okay, the Fairbanks. Call it the Freemen of the Dales. Sounds good. Go talk to those guys. How bad could the Freemen of the Dales possibly be? I feel like those... that sounds like good folk to me. And I need 20 power now. And then this... yeah, the Watchtowers thing, I need, like, more resources. Okay. And real quick, I'm just gonna take a look at something. I know that one of you out there would probably like to see the Sarah cutscenes and stuff. So okay, I did this. Hmm, uh, I feel like I might have fucked up a little bit. Maybe? Oh no, I might be good. Okay. It should be fine. Hopefully. Whoa, what? What the fuck was that? Oh, okay, that's just the introductory cutscene for the, or quest for that area. Alright, it's time again to go and grind a bunch of power. Always needing more power in this game. And just generally, honestly. And I guess while we're here, I'll do the Vivian thing.
Inquisitor.
I would honestly be kind of shocked if I'm able to trigger the, like, scenes with Vivian, considering she kind of hates my guts. Weird fun fact, I named my car after Liliana in this game. I see. That is a fun fact. It's more fun than weird, but depending on your reasoning, I guess it might be a little strange. But yeah, Vivian has like a bunch of skills. Oh, she only has one. It's really funny to me how, like, she's really cool and was the first choice for romance, but they don't let you. Oh, I mean, they do in Origins. Like, even if you're a lady, they let you. I don't know if they do in, like, Inquisition, though. And, you know, definitely not in 2, because she's not really, like, in it at all. But I definitely remember that from her in... she doesn't look as good in Origins. Aww. But Kizzy, come on. What the hell? I guess it's fair. I mean, I don't think anyone looks like particularly good in Origins. Like even Morrigan kind of has like a weird quality to her like face where it's very like scrunched up. Like all of her features are really close together. She kind of looks like Charlie Kirk in that way. Oh fuck. I saw the thing pop up and I got really excited because I was hoping I got a book, but I did not. The ring velvet's good. Definitely gonna need more of that. Here you go, Vivian. Here's your sycophantic circle book. So that you can get back to the status quo. Slightly approves. Yeah, you would only slightly approve of that, wouldn't you? And what's the... I think... yeah, that's the quest thing over there. It's kind of surprising how much of the side content the game requires you to do if you want to unlock all of the, like, areas and stuff. Like, it's definitely not as optional as you might think. Which is fine. Like I mentioned before, it's definitely a thing where when you're, like, playing this on your own, it's pretty, like, relaxing, and it's nice to just kind of, like, walk through these areas and do this stuff. And the gameplay is, like, satisfying enough to play to where it's, like, engaging and stuff. But I feel like when it's in this format specifically, it gets a little less good. Oh, Vivian is, like, fucking dying over there. Okay, cool. One thing I miss about 2, Dragon Age 2, is that I really liked how the attacking animation for mages changed based off your proximity to enemies. Like, if you're really close to them, it had the unique, like, animation where you hit them with the blade of the staff. And unfortunately, that's not in this game anymore. It freaks me out that there's that really weird bug where it'll say that you like completed a quest that you've already completed. And I keep thinking it's like failing the specialization quest or something. Oh wow, it's quite the sketch. Oh my god, look at all those low frame rate wolves. I'm just gonna let them do their thing. Oh Jesus. Yeah, I feel like, because the hinterlands before you, when you're in the first act of the game, does have like the feeling of there being the mage and Templar thing pretty good. Like there's a lot of them fighting all over the place, but I feel like this area just does a really good job of being absolutely horrifying in terms of like the amount of like demons that you're just walking past and all the bodies and stuff. And the like the ruined trenches. Idrul's messenger. Mother of Hares. The cool hollow lady. I don't think this game really goes super hard on like describing the different like elven gods and stuff. Like listing them all out. Unless I might have missed that in a codex somewhere, but I feel like that would be like something that you would be able to get in like a conversation with someone. But I do not think that it is. Okay, before I like slaughter any more of these Freeman guys, I think I might go to the Emerald Graves and talk to them there. Just to make sure I don't like kill all of them. Because I feel like if I can side with them over the Orlesian Imperial Army, I definitely will. So let's go do that real quick. That would be in the Emerald Graves. I think that like outside of it being really cool that there are a really diverse amount of areas in this game, I think it also serves a purpose of making the Inquisition feel like it stretches really far.
Hope you've got your comfortable boots on.
Like that you have
a number of fade rifts all over
a
the
finger
forest.
in like each area in both of these countries.
He won't share his information with anyone but you. He and his men are camped out at Watcher's Reach on the path ahead. From what we can tell, they're refugees from the war. Peasants, mostly.
Tell me everything you know about Fairbanks.
We don't know much about him. He appeared after the Civil War started, helping people fleeing from the destruction. Fairbanks is likely not his real name.
Oh, really?
Do you know anything else about the region?
They call this place the Emerald Graves. Legend says that a tree grows here for every elven knight of Halam Sharal who perished in its defense. Makes you sad, doesn't it?
It's very cool, and it's also very sad.
We are the last elven. Never again shall we submit.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inquisitor. I spoke thoughtlessly.
No, you're good.
Thank you for the information. I'll head out.
The read on that was
thing.
really good. Like the voice actor really
the Imperial armies has
put
established
everything into
here.
that one.
Freemen of the Dales, they call themselves. They are hostile to the Inquisition and everyone else. Watch your back, Inquisitor.
Oh, okay. So the Freemen aren't related to Fairbanks at all. They're their own like thing.
Inquisitor, I've something for you.
Sounds good. Okay. That's good to know. And yeah, travel here. Let's do Varric and Iron Bowl. Actually, I'll do Coal and then Solus.
Nothing to report, sir.
Well, I'm surprised that I guess Solus just like didn't recover his health at all. Also, do they have... Okay, all that stuff is good. I really don't like that the mana reserve is like defaulted to half, because the abilities use so much of the stamina or mana or whatever already that it kind of just leads to the companions being extremely passive. Are these Venatori? Oh, hell yeah. That is very good for me. Oh, please drop one of those fucking books. I need it. I need it so bad. It's crazy to me how difficult it is to unlock these specializations. Because I feel like in most games, like, they would have kind of a more direct... Like, either you would get them... You would pick them right when you, like, talk to the person to get them, or you would do, like, a more direct quest to go, like, do a specific errand for them. But all of them in this game kind of involve this really... Oh, there we go. Yes. This really involves a sort of grindy process. Which is like it's fine, I guess. It makes it feel like you're earning it more, I guess. But on the other hand, I would rather just be able to have it
There must be
immediately.
something here.
Okay. A journal about how horrible, horrible war is. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. I hate these guys. Nope, none of that. It really makes you feel like Spider-Man. No! It really makes you feel like the Inquisitor.
Goodbye.
Is that from a specific thing, the it makes you feel like Spider-Man thing? Because I've not played those games, nor have I kept up with any of the, like, discourse or whatever that surrounds them. They seem oddly divisive for, like, no reason. Like, people seem like they expect them to be, like, a really tone-deaf game review. Oh! Do you have any specifics? I wouldn't mind... I do kind of love stuff like that. There's a guy who makes video essays that I don't want to name because he sucks, but they're like really shit, and I like watching them specifically because they're so poorly made. And a lot of it has to do with the guy's, like, politics being really bad. Oh no, Cole. Get up, my guy. It really makes you feel like Spider-Man. the fact that they just keep showing that, like, quest completed thing is, freaking me out. Can't remember exactly, but it was a guy comparing a game that was hard to the Spider-Man games and saying the hard game was bad because it doesn't make me feel like a hero, unlike in Spider-Man. Oh, I see. Yeah, that type, the like, the people who are, particularly, like, they need the games that they play to give them, like, a power fantasy, and if it doesn't, then they don't like it. Which, I mean, you know, it's, like, fine. Everyone wants, different things out of, like, the games that they play, right? And I definitely don't fault people for preferring, like, one thing over another, but I feel like it's a little different whenever, like, once it becomes a thing of being like, oh, this game is bad, and not just like I don't like it. Like earlier I was talking about how in movies and media and stuff, I don't like when the goal of the thing is to, like, hurt you and make you feel bad. And that's it, you know. But you know, that's not like, it doesn't make those things bad, it just means that I don't like them. Which is a completely different thing.
Cut off.
I used to be very, I don't know, like, used to be very annoying, I guess, for lack of a better word. I was very, like, as a kid, like a teenager and stuff, I was sort of like a Reddit atheist, I guess. Like, I was very hung up on logic and objectivism and things like that. Like, all things that I've come to realize are complete bullshit, right? But when I was a kid, I used to have this, like, this line of thinking where I would say, like, oh, this thing is bad, it sucks, and then someone would be like, it doesn't suck, you just don't like it. And then I would say, well, when I say it's bad, I mean it's bad to me. Like, I think it's bad. In my opinion, it's bad. But I didn't really realize that that is a distinct... it's a distinctly different thing to say, and when you're communicating with people, you don't really get to dictate how your words are like how people interpret your words. And obviously, some of that is like people can interpret what you say in bad faith, but I feel like if you're very loudly declaring that something is ass, and someone would not automatically read that as you saying that you just don't like it, you know? Like, those are different things. And that, you know, that's something that, like I don't think that objectivism is real, so saying something is, like, objectively bad kind of doesn't work. But I do feel like, at the same time, there is, like, a metric that you can analyze something and then say that it's, like, poorly made or, like, bad in that way. Like, I don't think that it's useful to just have this, like, opinion where, or, you know, this, like, belief where you're kind of, like, not willing to criticize anything because you're like, well, I just didn't like it personally, but that doesn't mean, you know, or, you know, like saying that applies to everything. Dude, this guy is fucking obnoxious. Can you leave me the fuck alone? I think that there's value in analyzing something from the point of saying that it's like poorly made, distinguishing that as a criticism beyond just not beyond your personal opinion on a thing, right? Because I think that there are some things like about the quality of art that can be applied generally, and you know, it's useful for people to have like a general idea of like what makes stuff good, just because that's like, you know, that's helpful for realizing why things like don't work, like when things don't work for a broad amount of people, and when things do work, I guess, if that makes sense.
The demons are coming from down there! A rift!
A rift? I got it. They call me the Rift Master. I'll close your rift. I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example. Yeah, like I was talking about, you know, movies like Obsession that have like a really fucked up and bad ending where there is no like parable or anything to like glean from it other than, or like there's nothing that can like help you. It's just like, hey man, sometimes shit's fucked and then you have to deal with it being fucked. There's a difference between something like that and me like not liking that personally, and something like The Room, where, or you know, like a movie like that where it's just kind of like poorly acted and it's trying to convey something, but it's failing to convey the thing that it's trying to, you know? Like, I guess, now that I think about it, a lot of what makes art bad just has to do with, like, whether or not it succeeds at doing the thing that it's trying to do. Isn't the whole point of Obsession be careful what you wish for? Yeah, but that's not really, like again, that's not, like, a thing that I need to hear. That doesn't help me in my life. So, at the end of the day, it's just like, oh man, sometimes, well, and also it's like, yeah, that's the point of the movie from the perspective of, like, the guy, but it's kind of like a dual protagonist movie, and that's not, like, for the other protagonist, that's not the end point, because she didn't do anything to cause that. And for her, the point of the movie is just sometimes horrible things will happen to you, and then you're forced to clean up afterwards. Like, you're forced to shoulder all of the consequences of those horrible things. Yeah, men taking agency away from women. Yeah, it's definitely that, where it's, a lot of it is that. Like, men will do things unthinkingly, and then women are forced to deal with the consequences of their actions.
Iron Bull, how do your people put on shirts?
This is a good question.
We don't, usually. It's pretty hot where we come from. But I can get into anything with a loose collar. Just gotta ease one horn through and then angle it up. There's a term for getting caught unprepared that translates to running around with clothing stuck on your horns.
Colorful.
That is colorful. I like that. I'm quite fond of that. But yeah, you know, so it's like that Obsession, I think, is a good movie, even though it made me feel like shit. And I don't really like movies that make me feel like shit, because I feel like shit without the help of anything. You know, but it's still a good movie. Whereas, like, some other things, like Mass Effect Andromeda is not a good game, because I think that it doesn't do a good job at conveying any of the things that it's trying to convey. I don't think that it's well-written science fiction, and I think the dialogue is, like, hackneyed and inappropriate for the setting that it's in, and it's so much of a departure from the previous games that it doesn't resemble what Mass Effect is or is supposed to be. So then it just ends up being its own thing, and some of that would be mitigated by it being like called something else, but since it is Mass Effect, I think it should be criticized, or I think it's fair to criticize it from, you know, using the other ones as like a point of comparison and shit like that, you know? That was really intense. The music kicked up for a second there. See, imagine if that type of music was playing during all of the combat. I feel like that would be really hype. But it's so laid back. Oh, I think the Witcher is like the first example, or the most ready example in my mind of like a fantasy thing that has like really, really pronounced and like good music that like totally kind of like it influences so much of how the combat in that game feels. But yeah, hopefully what I was saying about the like objectivism being bullshit stuff makes sense. I think with that type of thing, I became the Nanami on the beach when I came to the conclusion that I don't need to convince other people of my opinions. Yeah, I definitely think that there's value in that. I think if you become too singularly obsessed with justifying your opinions, that's a really bad thing. But for me, I just really like, I don't know, I like art a lot,
Inquisitor.
You know? And like that's the biggest reason why I've wanted to do like this is so that I could have a space where I'm able to articulate my thoughts and opinions on the art that I enjoy, and I think that there is a lot of value in people engaging in discourse, and not, you know, not the like colloquial definition of discourse as a like weird internet phenomenon, but more just like the you know, just people having a dialogue about, yeah, discussion. Disque, as a Japanese person might amend it to. I really like that as a thing in Japanese, where people will take like loan words or like names of things, and then like they'll just cut the word in half and then like combine it with another word. Or like I want to close myself off and not engage with other people's incorrect thoughts. Well, if it's distressing to consider people's incorrect opinions, then you could view it as an opportunity to strengthen your own correct opinions and annihilate them in the marketplace of ideas. Which is a source of amusement for me at times. it's fun to make people feel bad about having incorrect or obviously I don't really mean that. More seriously, I guess it's like there's, you know, some satisfaction in being able to articulate how you feel well enough to where you can like make someone reevaluate how they think about stuff. It's easy. I just only make friends with people that agree with me. You know, I feel like that's a very dangerous thing in some ways. Like, obviously there's like fundamental things that you can't or like shouldn't compromise on, right? Like I'm not the type of person who thinks that there's a value in being friends with someone who, like, if you're like queer or whatever, being friends with someone who doesn't think that you're a full person. No, I don't like being challenged. This is a joke. Oh yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, but you know, it's like good to know people with lots of it's good to know lots of different people who have like diverse opinions about stuff that is inconsequential, like people who have different tastes in like art, you know, and things like that, because then you have more opportunities to have like a moment where you can help them realize, you know, like reevaluate something that they've thought, or it can make you reevaluate something that you think. I think that's like the most profound moments in my life have come from me reevaluating something, like an idea that I've held on to for a really long time. Oh no, this is bad. Whatever the fuck is happening over here, I feel like is no good. Oh, it's enemies fighting with each other. That's fine. I don't mind. Like, for example, when I feel like for me, it happens less. This is something that happens less with like talking to people, and more that like I'll watch a show or play a game or something and it'll convey an idea that causes me to reevaluate something that I thought before. Like when I played Clair Obscur, it made me rethink a lot of like stuff that I think about in terms of how without like, I don't want to spoil it too much, so I'll just leave it there. It made me rethink a lot of things that I thought previously. Okay, so far we have, for the Elven Gods, we have Andoril, oh, okay, this has a few of them. The Hala, Andruil. Oh, okay. This kind of has all of them. There's Fenharil, the trickster fucker. Elgar'nan and Mythal, which I think Elgar'nan is like creation and Mythal is justice. Andruil is like hunting, and then Selace and June are fire and crafting. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 6 of them. Oh man. Yeah, personally I get a lot of my like kicks and fulfillment out of feeling like I'm able to articulate my opinions about stuff. And maybe that's just because my brain has, like, rotted from watching years and years and years of, like, video essay type stuff. Oh my god. I think out of all the demons, I dislike all of them, except for the rage demons in this game. Cause like the terrors they do that fucking stupid teleport that really pisses me off, and the despair demons have the stupid laser beam that pisses me off. They're all kind of horrible. I feel like I can in some things. It's a civil discussion. The second it gets aggressive, my ass loses composure. Yeah, I think that's kind of a problem that I have, is that when I'm like talking to people about something that's kind of like contentious, again with, you know, like inconsequential things. Like there was one time that I was at a party, and I was talking to a couple of my friends about Persona 5, and one of my friends is like really, really into Persona 5. Like he loves Persona 5, and I like that series generally. I like Persona 4 quite a bit, and Persona 3, but they're both like fairly flawed, and by the time Persona 5 came around, I was, it was really hyped up.
So,
and
Solus, you go into the Fade on purpose when you dream? Just
rare companion
hang
dialogue.
out?
Yes. The Fade holds a trove of memories to explore. Spirits know secrets lost to this world.
Yeah, but they're spirits. You can't treat them like people.
Would many not say the same of Kunari?
No. Because Kunari don't go around trying to possess people and turn them into abominations.
Instead, you conquer them and turn them into servants of the Qun.
Oh, come on!
He's mad because he can see. That's a great example of someone getting annihilated rhetorically. Oh, but yeah, so you know, Persona 5 I was like really excited for, and I was aware of the series before it had come out, and I was kind of like expecting it to be this big like thing. I felt like they were pitching it as a game that would make a lot of social commentary that I felt like was really missing from the other games. Or, you know, like not missing. Like it's fine that the other games don't like make a bunch of profound social commentary, and what but like what they are saying is like good. And then Persona 5 kind of pitched itself as being like an anti-establishment game where you play as a bunch of like misfit people. And so I was really excited because I was like, oh, finally they'll have like characters that you don't really get to see in Japanese stuff a lot of the time. Like maybe they'll have like a queer person in it, and the game will talk about that stuff, because it's like the previous Persona games don't have any problem with like making jokes about queer people or like having queer people in their games. And so I was like, oh cool, this will be an opportunity. And in like 4 especially, they really dabble with a lot of like stuff like that without actually committing to any of it, which is like not great, but ultimately it's like whatever. But yeah, so I was kind of expecting it to make up for a lot of that stuff, or like prove that it could do something special and different in that way. But then it didn't end up being about that at all, and it was kind of just about like how the status quo is really cool and good, and the like the main villains of the game are like corrupt politicians, and the first guy that you like deal with is a guy who sexually assaults. He's a high school teacher who sexually assaults his students, and so you know that's all like really hardcore. And then the end of the game, the statement is kind of that like the worst thing about Japanese society isn't that it is filled with people like this, it's that they're turned into pariahs. And it's kind of like, oh, the group that you're with is bad because you're perpetuating the pariahhood of corrupt politicians and like, you know, pedophiles, right? And so it's like that sucks, and I really didn't fucking like it, and the game's filled with a bunch of weird shit, like more so even than 4 and 3. Like it just really doubles down on all that stuff by like giving you the opportunity to be a high school, like, okay, so they have, and sorry to turn this into my rant about Persona 5, but you know, this is something I like complaining about, so bear with me here, and I'll get back on topic in a moment. But so it has that character that I mentioned, right, where he's like a teacher who assaults the students, and you know, that's like they really do go into how like fucked up that is, and like how that can cause students to attempt to commit suicide and things like that, right? But then in the game, one of the social links is with your like homeroom teacher, who you can have a romantic relationship with. So it has this guy in it, and it's like, hey, look at how horrible this thing is, and then it goes like, yeah, but like if you're like a student and you are fucking your teacher who's a lady, that's like actually really epic. That's like super based and epic, right? And I hated it. I hated all of that stuff. And I hated it especially because a lot of that game is really fucking cool. And like stylish, and like as a game it's like neat, and I like some of the characters, but just that stuff pissed me off so bad. But anyway, I was at a party, and I was talking to my friends, and one of my friends really fucking loves Persona 5. Not to be that person, but I think it was the non-consensual nature of it, not saying it's right, but it's a bit more nuanced. Yeah, but the problem is that when you are in a relationship with your teacher, the whole thing is that she's constantly telling you that she's uncomfortable, and she doesn't want to do it because she knows that it's wrong. And then the protagonist, like the way that you continue to engage with it is that you insist upon it. So like that's like that makes it even worse. And I feel like part of that is probably so that they can like cover their ass more and be like, well, look, the high school student really says that he wants it. But like that's like an argument that's used to justify a lot of that shit in real life, where it's like, oh well, should we put this guy behind bars for doing really horrible stuff with a teenager? She insists that she liked it, but you know, we know that like the power dynamics for things like that, and you know, like grooming and stuff like that, it's not that easy, right? But anyway, because that's kind of a heavy topic, I guess, when I'm talking to my friend about this game, and I'm like, dude, I fucking hated that game. I really wanted to like it, but it was gross. The conversation got very heated very quickly, and In those situations, I do not do a very good job. Oh, this is going very poorly. I don't do a super good job of, like, keeping my composure. And so, I just kind of, like, clam up, I guess. And then... Oh my god. This is the worst shit in the world. And then there's no... I'm basically totally unable to, like, have a conversation like that at that point, right? So yeah, if an argument gets a little intense, I definitely cannot keep up with it, I guess. That was an extremely long diatribe, but hopefully that was alright. Yeah, I expected so much more out of that game than what it was willing to deliver on, I think. And maybe that's my fault. But I don't know. It's a very long-running series, and I guess I kind of expected that it would improve or learn from its mistakes. And it's not like that game had any less, like, weird, mean-spirited stuff in it. Like, jokes at the expense of, like, gay and trans people. They took it out in, like, one of the recent re-releases of Persona 5, but in the original version of the game, which is what I played, they had these two characters who were, like gay guys who would show up and, like, harass one of the party members, and the joke was kind of just that they were creeping on him, which was whack. It was no good. Oh man, it's already 3:20. I'm surprised how quickly the time flew by. Time advanced quickly when I was ranting about Persona 5, I think. I don't know how long I was doing that for, but
Your worship.
maybe I am the wrong one because I did see that but thought it was kind of a funny comedic beat. Yeah, but like why? Like, why is it funny? Like, you have to, I don't know, you know, that, and maybe I'm kind of like a too serious person for thinking that way, but it's like, for stuff like that, like, the point of the joke is pretty important for me. And I couldn't really get anything out of it except for
the order was
that
sent?
the joke is that gay guys are predators. And so it's funny that they're harassing that guy. Okay, I just need 4 more. The absurd caricature that they presented was more so funny. I do feel that sometimes with stuff. But not with those. With that, it just, like, made me feel bad because, like, hopefully that didn't pick up on the mic. Like, there are some times where there's like a caricature in a thing that's supposed to be offensive, but it like fails to me and it just ends up being like cool. And I think I might have talked about it before on here, but like an example of that would be like in the movie 300, which is like a pretty politically conservative movie. They have Xerxes, like the king of Persia or whatever. I didn't actually see the movie, but Xerxes, from my understanding, is kind of supposed to be like an offensive caricature of like Persia at the time, where he's really like feminine and he wears a lot of makeup and he has a bunch of like ornate piercings and stuff. And I think, from my understanding, you're supposed to like laugh at him and be like, ah yes, those pussies over there aren't like us Greeks, or aren't like the Greeks who were the coolest badasses ever. But then like when I see him, I'm like, dude, he looks so fucking cool. Like, what do you mean that's supposed to be offensive? That guy just looks awesome. But in the Persona 5 thing, it's like Yakuza does this sometimes, where they have caricatures of like dudes, of like certain types of people, and the caricature isn't like cool or like so ridiculous that it's funny. It's just like gross. And I think the line for that is going to be different for everyone, but for me, I think that all the ones in Persona 5 cross that line pretty hard. It's like I don't know. I guess I think a lot of the ones in Yakuza like make me laugh, but they are still gross. Whereas, I don't know. I think maybe too a reason why it rubbed me the wrong way in Persona 5 was because so much of that game is about like stuff like that. Like, they already had the huge section that's going into how like fucked up all that stuff is, and then they're like, oh yeah, you know, these guys, they're like that too. I don't know. Maybe it was also because I was just so like done with all of the rest of it that I just had no tolerance for it anymore. You fucking asshole. Fuck off with that barrier. But at the same time, you know, like, I don't... As much as I, like, shit-talk Persona 5, and I think that it's not very well made, you know, I wouldn't, like, hold it against anyone for liking it. You know, I think there's a lot of things to like about that game, and if someone, you know, ultimately doesn't, like, you know, care enough about that stuff to where it, like, detracts from the game for them, then I don't really think it, like, reflects on them as a person or anything like that. I think I would look at someone sideways for just being really unflinchingly defensive, like, of the problematic stuff. Really liked it, but I'm not gonna go on the cross to defend its problematic stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think if you have that awareness, it's fine. 'Cause, like, it's the same thing where it's like, I like Yakuza as a series. I think it's really unique and funny, and a lot of what makes it interesting and, like, I guess not, like, compelling, but just, like, intriguing and like, entertaining is rooted in the fact that it's so deeply problematic in a lot of places. But if someone were to be like, if someone were to tell me that they hated the Yakuza series because it is super offensive, and and because of that problematic stuff, I would not contend that. And I think for most things, having that self-awareness is what sets those opinions apart. It's the thing that separates having a inoffensive opinion, or, you know, like an opinion about something that's inconsequential, and thinking something that's like kind of fucked up, or just like being annoying and wrong. Oh man, there's a lot of this stuff around here. Okay, so I think if I set up... I have 18 power. I think if I set up one camp, I'll have enough to get that last area, and then that should let me... Or I need the western approach too. But I'm getting there. Yeah, hopefully what I've been saying has made sense. I don't want to come across as like a fucking totally unhinged person about this stuff. I just, you know, think about it a lot, I guess, because that's just how my brain works. And I have a compulsion to get all that shit out there. Inflict people like you with it, if you're listening to my voice currently.
I lost them.
Okay, so I have more than enough of that ring velvet. At this point, I just need those fucking books, which you can only get from like one area. Speaking of contentious and potentially problematic things, I am so excited to get to Veilguard and finally find out what the fuck all of the buzz is about with that game. And then, most likely, upon completing that game, I'll get to put the whole thing to rest. And then move on to new things. God damn it, this fucking asshole. This stupid fucking... Like, it's not enough for them that they have the teleport that staggers you, but they also need to just do an ability that continually staggers you if you're standing near them. Just absolute bastards. What was that? I feel like the camera kind of jerked in a way that... Like, look at this shit, man. I almost died. From nothing. Be gone. I'm done with you. I can't even tell what is doing damage to these guys. These games do just really love enemies that can freely teleport wherever they want. The Solus looks so fucking serious all the time. Yeah, how much was that? 2. Well, shit. I guess, yeah, before I leave this area, I'll get this camp over here. Ooh. I think this is something that people have said before, but I've never really agreed with it too much. But on this playthrough, I'm like starting to sort of feel it a bit. Is that sometimes the enemies and like the way combat is designed feels like it wants to be an action game without committing fully to it. Like, I almost feel like this game would... Like, I like this game. It's, like, pretty satisfying and, like, fun to play. But I feel like it would be really, really fun if it was just, like, a straight-up character action game. Like, a lot of people were hard on FF16 for being a... Final Fantasy 16, for those of you who aren't in the know. I feel like a lot of people criticize Final Fantasy 16 for being, like, a character action game instead of a turn-based RPG, but I think that the fact that they, like, committed pretty hard to being that genre instead of it being, like, a hybrid action and RPG game like 15 and 13 made that game really fucking fun. Yeah, FF15 and FF13 were very like not, they weren't quite character action games and they weren't quite like just RPGs, so they end up being sort of like the worst of both. But yeah, I think it would have been awesome to...
You read the report?
It was unusual.
For the... Hey, I
always
like
so blunt.
I like a lot of things about FF15.
Yes.
See, this is kind of a Persona 5 situation, but less serious. A lot less serious. Lightning returns. Oh, dude, ooh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, I'll get to it eventually. I'm playing through all of the Final Fantasy games with my friend Joe. You might know him from my Yakuza 0 Let's Play, or whatever, playthrough. I have not heard good things. I like to try to keep my mind open, but I have heard basically nothing but criticism and a general negative opinion on FF13 and its sequels. My partner played like a lot. I think he played the first 2 of them, and he really liked 13. but ended up kind of souring on it because I think he thought that, like, it does a lot of things almost good, but then, like, bungles them or fails to follow through. But I don't know. Who knows? Who's to say? I wouldn't know because I haven't played it. I'm on FF3 right now. So I have a little while before I get to 13. My experience with Final Fantasy is kind of hilarious because it's like the first Final Fantasy game I ever played was FF14, and I fucking loved it. And then I played 15, and then 16. So before I started playing through the whole series, I would know, and 13 Lightning Returns is fucking awesome. We'll see. We will see. Part of my apprehension about it is that I heard, like, I think it was like there were like interviews that I watched and like read about from Nomura, the like lead designer and director of FF13 and its sequels, who he said that he designed Lightning based off of the type of woman that he would want to marry.
Scout Harding.
We're on the outskirts of Sarnia.
And that's something that makes me
The lucky ones
go,
got
it
out
like
before the river froze over.
blares
The rest,
alarms
penned
in my
by
head.
Fade Rifts and Red Templars. We're the first friendly face they've seen in a long, long while.
Especially because I don't think Lightning's design is like particularly cool or interesting. And all I know about her is that she's really cold and like demure. And so I could be wrong, but I got the impression from those interviews that Nomura's thing is that he's like, yeah, I love, the type of woman I love is quiet and demure. I'm sorry, Kizzy, I'm just working off of what knowledge I have. That's all. We'll see, like I said. I'll see once I actually get to it, but that's, it's not good. It's not looking good, is all I'm saying.
How did an entire river freeze so quickly?
It got really cold, really quickly. Sarnia relies on its river for everything. Trade, food. They weren't expecting this.
She is quiet and cold, but I would not describe her as demure. I don't really like cold and quiet characters, usually.
Do you know why the Red Templars have come here?
Can't tell you much. The Templars have outposts all through the hills. Our scouts haven't been able to get through. It probably has something to do with the local stone quarry, though. A lot of the workers went missing after the Red Templars moved in.
Here I come to save the day. Again.
That's why we love you. The Red
You're damn
Templars
right.
have been mounting frequent attacks.
Oh,
They
Harding
won at
is,
Place
like,
du Lion.
really
Bad.
close to that fire.
Let's get out there and take it back from them.
Oh, I think she's like kind of clipping through it a little bit. She wasn't kidding about it being cold as fuck here, I guess. What's this?
I've news, sir.
Okay. Report.
What is it?
You may want to look into this.
Alright, let's go. Let's go kill this fucking guy. And then we'll leave here for now. There's a lot of like dipping your toe into areas and then leaving.
How could you have dropped it? Foolish, clumsy girl. Mama trusted the ring to you when she died.
That is...
Get it bad, Templars. Demons with trusted faces. They'll find the small blue house, they'll find the ring. Stupid girl, how could you?
It's quite ominous. I have a hankering for that Dalish cheese you stocked last year. What happened to it? It's not really Dalish, is it? I asked the last Dalish hunters who came to the village to trade, and they looked at me like I'd grown a tree out of my head. Cheese enthusiast. Is that some, like, French... Are we, like... Are we taking shots at the French with that? Well, it's handy that this river is completely frozen
There
over,
she
so I
is.
can just...
It was like going to sleep.
Cole, why did you say that? Hey man, what's up?
This is one of the mages I spoke of.
Oh, fuck. Never mind. It's such a fucked up thing about this game is that, like, you'll think you're, like, good to do something. Like, you unlock an area and then go into it, and then it's like you are woefully underleveled for it. But actually, no. Let's give it a try, just because I think it would behoove me to do these companion quests as early as I possibly can. Because if I'm able to trigger their,
We
like,
have to stop this mage.
cutscenes and stuff, then I'm safer to, like, get disapproval with them, right? Oh yeah, okay. No, we're good. No, Cole is very strong. These guys stand no chance. Oh shit. Wait, maybe this won't be so good, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, everyone get really close. And yeah, just okay. No, we're good.
It's over.
All right.
Thank you for bringing us here.
Dude, you're welcome. Well, that's nice. Surely I must be doing something correctly if I was able to so easily, like, destroy those guys despite them being several levels higher than me. These wolves, maybe not so much. Yeah, that guy kind of melted, but these wolves are much sturdier. Is that everything? Okay, cool. And yeah, it's looking like it's about time for me to wrap it up here. So as always, I'm gonna head back to Skyhold and then take a glance at the war table. And every day I get closer and closer to not having to worry about it anymore. But also, like, the further you get into the game and the further you get into the war table missions, the longer they take to fucking finish. So they're all like, you know, 3 hours and shit now, which is not great. I really hope that there's nothing like this in Veilguard. I think Andromeda had one, but it was like only related to getting you materials and things like that. So you could kind of just like ignore it. Alright, okay, cool. But that'll be it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. There's a lot of... I did save, right? I'm pretty sure I saved. I'm just gonna go ahead and close that shit. I save so often that even if I have to reload it, it won't really be a big deal. But yeah, I hope you had fun watching this stream here. It was a lot of me talking about random bullshit, but yeah, hopefully that's like nice, you know, because of the like sort of aimless nature of that stuff. I kind of run out of specifically Dragon Age things to talk about, but it, you know, it gives me an opportunity to talk about other things, considering I'm streaming Dragon Age every day for the most part. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, thanks for watching. As always, this is vastly improved by you guys contributing in the chat. It's fun to be able to talk with you and bounce off of you a bit more. But you know, I appreciate all of you watching, even if you're not in the chat and stuff. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's see, it's Wednesday today. Yeah, so I'll be streaming again tomorrow at the same time. Hopefully I'll be able to get started earlier now that I have everything set up, and that'll give us more time to keep chipping away at the behemoth that is Dragon Age Inquisition. But yeah, in the meantime, you can go check out my YouTube. I'm Callisto Radiata. I'm Callisto Radiata on YouTube as well. And that's where all my VODs are, the earlier parts of this playthrough and the other playthroughs that I've done. You can go check out, I only have the first episode right now, but I'll be doing more of a Yakuza 0 playthrough with my friend Joe, who's never he doesn't know anything about that series, so it's very fun getting to watch him experience it for the first time. And yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.